Uxbridge. Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
We spoke a couple of weeks ago. I've just actually got back from France, and I was talking to you about quarantine and how stupid it is that we've got to take these tests, even though we've got to quarantine for 10 days. France is the only country where you've got to quarantine. But when I came back tonight into Heathrow, now bear in mind the rules changed on Sunday, I've still got to quarantine, and I can't see the logic in that whatsoever. So this COVID knows days of the week, to be honest. But my main point is that throughout getting on the plane or turning up at the airport in France, getting on the plane, to coming into Heathrow, to going through border force and security, not a single person asking a passenger locator form, proof of negative test, proof that I've got my day 2 and 8 test books, and any of that information whatsoever. There was a girl in front of me who hadn't done any of that stuff and just walked her way straight through. It's a complete farce, and I wish more people knew about this, because I can't understand the government saying the borders are secure when all of the procedures and all of the things that they're putting in place to try and stop these variants is just a shambles. They're not checking any of it.
Right, we elected a clown and we got a shambles.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
No surprise there. All right, thanks a lot, Jonathan. Stay safe. You are staying safe, aren't you?
Just about.
Just about. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. Well, that's great. We left the evil European socialist superstate so that we could secure our borders. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Not remotely interested in securing our borders, but are more interested in saying that they will. It's like everything else that this government does. You don't have to actually do anything. Just say that you're going to do something. It obviates the need to, do it. John says, I've reached a conclusion. The government just doesn't care. Yeah, well, I think you're reaching that conclusion a little after everybody else has already drawn that conclusion. But, keep up, John. I don't think they care at all. Not remotely interested. I mean, if they are interested, then they're doing a spectacularly bad job. If they're not actually remotely bothered, then they're doing just fine. You get a C. I mean, if they're actually trying to keep us safe and healthy and wealthy and wise, then they're failing on every count. If they're not remotely interested in any of us and just trying to acquire as much cash as they possibly can before they get booted out of office, then I'd say that they're doing a fantastic job. Peter says, Nick, we're out of Europe, so your rainfall measurement is not 1.2 inches, but rather 1 2/5 inches. Well, that is correct, yeah. I made a mistake.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
Trevor emails, hi, Nick, did you see the martial arts event in the Olympics where a person fought an invisible opponent? The invisible opponent won gold. No, I did not see that. I've been watching most of the Olympics on 30 times fast forward speed because I'm not remotely interested in hockey or, I do like football, but not as an Olympic sport, or tennis. The badminton was pretty amazing. I mean, talk about a sport that doesn't look anything like your amateur version of the game. I mean, it's brutal. Olympics level badminton. It's like fighting. So that was quite entertaining. And the table tennis is just ridiculous. How do they do that? It's like magic. Some feat of prestidigitation. Hockey, baseball. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. All of that stuff. Skateboarding. Oh, please. Skateboarding. The people on the bikes, though, in that skateboard park, that was something else. But, most of it you watch I do, watch 30 times the fast forward speed because they're just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, and then they talk some more. Hours go by and they're still yakking their faces off as opposed to, actually showing us some sport. Would that be too much?
Yes.
A little bit too much. Too much to ask for, showing us some sport. But I didn't see the martial arts event, no. It looks a bit kicky to me. Do you know what I mean? Kicky. It doesn't look like anything to me. And I'll tell one of those martial arts experts that to their face while poking them in the chest when I next see one. Let's have... oh, my God. I mean, he is irregular and all, but maybe a bit too regular. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I was wondering your thoughts on Alex Sharma's globe-trotting expeditions.
Oh, my God. My thoughts. Do you really want me to get into it?
Yeah, go on, then I'll have a go.
Well, you go first, and then I'll wave you a cheery bye-bye, and then I'll lay into him myself.
Oh, well, I mean, everyone's having a go. I mean, it's one rule for them, one rule for us. And
yeah.
It's more than...
It's worse than that. It's all the rules for us, no rules at all for them.
Good spot, yeah. I mean, it's more, to be honest, yeah, OK, you might need to go about. It's the lack of quarantine. Everyone else is getting stitched up. The government are pretending to have border controls for everyone else.
Yeah.
But they don't abide by it at all. But the alternative thought I had was that if you remember back a couple of years, Boris paid 900,000, nearly $1 million, to repaint a plane with the flag on it. So we've got the flag planes and flagships again.
Yeah.
Well, once you've paid $1 million to do that, you've got to use the damn thing, don't you? And you can't just leave it sat there in the hangar when you paid $1 million to put a flag on it.
How ridiculous is this country? I mean, I am almost at the end of my tether. We're becoming an international joke.
Absolutely, but one thing that hasn't been widely publicised is that the government have paid Triton Airways $75 million over 2 years, and they're going to reflag Airbus A330 with the flag. $75 million to provide 50 hours flying per month for government officials.
What?
To fly around the world.
What's this company called?
Triton Airways. And the amazing thing is that the same company has a government contract for deportation. So when we deport people around the world, about 1,000 to 2,000 a year, Triton Airways has got the contract to deport people. Now, I smell a landlord or a relative or a crony or a donor coming up on this one.
I can't believe what you're telling me. Well, first of all, I do believe it. But the part that I can't believe is I don't know about this yet. Triton Airways, government...
Yeah. Contract.
I'm very slow punching words out on my phone. Triton Airways, government contract. Nothing is coming up. Triton Airways, government contract. I've spelled contract wrong. Maybe that's the problem.
It took me about 4 hours. What a sad person I am. It took me about 4 hours on Google and what have you to get to the bottom of it this afternoon.
Right. Well, as soon as you find out anything else completely unsurprising, I want you to let me know straight away. All right. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. There you are. A regular's got us underway. Oh, my God. Britain's climate czar was accused of hypocrisy for flying to at least 30 countries and not isolating afterwards. Isn't that surprising?
No.
A government minister ignoring the rules that govern the rest of us. Isn't that totally shocking?
No.
It's better than that, though. I mean, this trolling is top of the range. He is the government minister in charge of climate change, and he's flown to 30 countries in 7 months. Maybe he thought his job was making the climate change. I mean, who the hell flies to 30 countries in 7 months? Why would anybody do that? Let alone somebody who's supposed to be leading our efforts to combat climate change. This is a government that runs on trolling. I mean, this is deliberate, isn't it? Can there be any doubt left in your mind? It's how far can we push them today? Like we're stuck in some hellish board game. Climate chief Alok Sharma has travelled tens of thousands of miles, 200,000 by many estimates, over the past 7 months. 7! To prepare the ground for the COP26 Global Environment Summit this autumn. I mean, that is pretty funny, isn't it? This lot must wake up laughing. I mean, they're having so much fun. I mean, did any of those 30 countries that he flew to have a phone or a thing called the internet?
No.
Apparently not. And as has become the norm with the regime, they lay down the law for us, which we'll have to abide by under threat of fines and imprisonment. And then they cheerfully ignore those rules and wave us bye-bye as they zip through security in a cloud of duty-free cologne. Despite visiting at least 6 countries on the travel red list, the red list...
Warning, warning!
He's been given a ministerial exemption from hotel quarantine every single time. Rules are for the little people, not leprechauns. He's also been able to avoid having to isolate at home following amber list trips. Ordinary travellers face fines of up to £10,000 for breaking travel quarantine rules. Fans of the regime must be having a harder and harder time trying to convince themselves that all this is what they voted for. It's a good job that there's Meghan Markle around and people in dinghies to shout at. Fair takes the mind off it, don't it?
Yes.
Liberal Democrat spokesmodel Sarah said, "People are sick and tired of the government giving them..." I don't know if she speaks like this, but this is the voice I'm going to give her. She says, "People are sick and tired of the government giving themselves get-out-of-jail-free passes while the rest of us stick to the rules." No, people aren't sick of it. Latest polling, Tories are on 41%, Labour on 34%. People seem to actually like being abused. Thank you, sir. May I have another? In February, stringent rules were introduced to stop dangerous new variants of the invisible menace being imported into the country by travellers. Anyone arriving from one of 33 countries on the red list was forced to spend 10 horrible days quarantining in a hotel room and pay what is now £2,285 for the pleasure of sitting in some charmless, windowless room with nothing to eat but a bit of dried bread and water. The regulations also set out a series of exemptions, of course, which included all of the people that insisted on those rules. They get a pass. When they returned home, ministers were told to simply present an official Whitehall letter certifying that they were exempt from quarantine. They get a letter that says, "Don't question me, peasant." Of course, they're still meant to test negative for COVID, but unlike the rest of us, their costs are covered by the state. As in, you. And as if all that weren't embarrassing enough, we are hosting this United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow this October and November. World leaders will jet in from all points of the earth to try and agree measures to slash carbon emissions and limit global warming. I mean, they won't, of course. They'll pretend to do something, rack up their expenses and jet back out again. Alok Sharma is our climate czar. He's our man to save the planet. Nice work if you can get it. He remains a full member of the cabinet and will receive an annual ministerial salary of £67,505 on top of his £81,932 wage as an MP. Although quite how efficient an MP he is, having gone to 30 countries in the last 7 months, I don't know. He's travelled to 30 foreign destinations in 7 months, crisscrossing the globe, costing taxpayers, you, tens of thousands of pounds, despite the actual point of his job being to limit carbon emissions. More than half his journeys were during winter and spring months, you know, when it's warmer abroad, when international travel from Britain was largely banned. travel to and from all of the countries on Sharma's list would stretch to 200,000 miles. 200,000 miles travelled in order to spread the word that we shouldn't travel. Ain't life grand?
Fabulous.
And for top trolling marks, in an interview last month, Sharma said, we all need to play our part in tackling climate change and that small changes could make a difference to the environment. And you might wonder how Alok Sharma has become our climate change champion and what skills and knowledge he is bringing to the task. Well, he used to be a chartered accountant and then moved into banking. So there's that. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Adrian emails, hey, did you know that today is the internet's 30th birthday? I say it won't catch on. I did not know that. In fact, I think that that's incorrect information. Isn't it the internet's 32nd birthday?
Affirmative.
I don't know that that's true, but if you say it out loud, it becomes a fact. Yeah, I think it's 32. Incredible, really. That the internet has only been with us for 32 years, which means that most people have only been experiencing it for 20. Isn't that incredible? 20 years. And now we are so utterly dependent on it, but like oxygen. I mean, if the internet shut down, can you imagine? That's what the next war is going to be like. It's not going to be people taking pot shots at each other. We won't be in a one of our glorious British tanks, which, has no forward or reverse gear. It just sits there like an art piece. Well, the people inside get shaken to death by its engine. Seems to be, trying to dislodge itself from its mount. At the cost of only billions and billions of pounds. No, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be some teenager on a laptop who's going to turn our internet off. And then you could expect riots. This entire country would be upside down and on fire in about 10 minutes if the internet got turned off, because everything is on the internet. I mean, absolutely everything. I mean, you know your credit card, that won't work. Yeah, let that sink in for a minute. None of that, boop, and go. You'll just be going. That's all. And then cash. Cash. Anybody carry cash anymore?
No.
Okay, well, you can go and get it from the hole in the wall. No, because that won't work either. So what are you going to do? You'll have to swap favours.
Disgusting.
For whatever you can get. Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Nick. I mean, I'm thinking you're thinking, even if you had cash, what's that going to do? Cash is just a pretty printed piece of paper.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that. What they're going to want is bottles of booze and chocolates and cigarettes. And
it would be like prison. We'll be trading cigarettes.
Well, I mean, you can try and make a stockpile of those, but realistically, how long is that going to last you?
Not long.
Not long, no. It's like, I've got my stockpile here, I'm not touching it.
I think the only people that will survive will be people who don't rely on the internet, as in really, really old people who live on a farm up a hill in Wales. And nobody else.
Do you remember what happened when Kentucky Fried Chicken ran out of pieces of chicken and had to close down? And folks were calling 999... saying my chicken shop is not open.
Going into A&E. Oh, please help me, doctor. I can't get no chicken.
But anyway, I phoned because of our man who is what is it, 60 countries?
No, 30 countries in 7 months, which is absolutely ridiculous. Like, none of those countries are on the phone.
No, I've got a little bit of inside knowledge into this, which I can impart to you, which is going to be shocking.
Right. Shock me.
I think I've got it now, because he's been to Brussels and France and Germany. He's had to fly there. One of the things that many people don't know is that those countries are actually available to us via train. Train? Yes, you can go via train to France, Brussels and Germany.
Right.
And it's a well-kept secret.
Was it one of those flying trains?
No, it's a train. It's a Eurostar. This will sound fantastic, but it goes underneath
a
tunnel.
What was that name again?
It's a Eurostar.
A Eurostar?
Yeah. It goes underneath a tunnel that we've drilled.
No, it goes through a tunnel, not underneath it.
Well, okay, it goes through a tunnel that we've drilled underneath the channel.
Rubbish.
And it connects us to Germany and France and Belgium.
No such thing exists.
Well, now the thing is, the only reason the minister couldn't take that train is because he's too busy.
Too busy.
He is
He's too busy flying because...
He's too busy. He has to fly. He's too busy. And the reason he's too busy is we have too many politicians. No, we have not enough politicians.
We have not enough politicians.
We have not enough. We've only got 650 MPs?
And about that.
800 House of Lords?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. If we had more politicians...
Oh, my God, this country would be in a completely different place.
People could take the workload off him, and then he'd be able to take the train to these other countries and not, inflate his carbon footprint.
If he had to take the train, he wouldn't go. He'd pick the phone up.
I know. It's ridiculous. Do you remember when Greta Thunberg went to a climate conference in New York, and she went by ship?
By boat.
Even though
it wasn't ship, it was a catamaran, wasn't it? It was some hideous way of getting there that was carbon neutral, but she wanted to do it just to shut all those foamers on the internet up. And did it do that?
No.
Of course not.
But, surely, are we really getting to the stage now where we're relying on 16-year-old girls to make a point of principle?
Yes, we are.
And our elected leaders...
are acting like children.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, like children in the tuck shop. Yeah, they've just been let off the lead. Exactly. God. Still, never mind, eh? It's only life. It'll be over soon.
It's just the plan. Well, hopefully.
All right, thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. I am stunned. Go on, and you government fans, you cultists, defend any of this. I double dare you. It must be getting more difficult by the day to defend their actions. It must be like scrabbling around on the floor looking for some sort of excuse that you haven't used yet that might still wash. Harder and harder, I'm sure. What about those Brexit bonuses? Yes? No? Not yet? Still waiting? Meanwhile, the weather is getting worse and worse, probably specifically because our climate czar has been pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere like you wouldn't believe. Extremes of weather will strike the UK more frequently owing to the climate crisis, scientists say. Last year was the first to figure in the top 10 for heat and rain and hours of sunshine in records stretching back more than a century. It's all getting much more extreme. And I don't mean the that wimpy band of the same name. Actually, some of that stuff is all right, but I have a problem with their hair. It's just too much hair. That is another scientific fact. Scientifically, too much hair. Moderate British weather is rapidly becoming a thing of the past. It is. This is rubbish. This is the worst summer in history. Isn't that true? Moderate British weather. It used to be pleasant. Yeah, we're grand when I were a lad. We used to have a thing called summer. You remember summers?
No.
Now we just get winter and then spring and then winter again. Moderate British weather is rapidly becoming a thing of the past, according to a report from the Met Office and climate scientists. But what do scientists know when compared to someone anonymously posting on Facebook from the basement of their parents' house?
Correct.
Mike Kendon, senior climate scientist at the Meteorological Office National Climate Information Centre. Wow. He can't possibly get all of that on his door. He must answer his own phones. Nobody would do that. Hello, you've reached the office of Mike Kendon, senior climate scientist at the Meteorological Office National Climate Information Centre. How may I direct your call? He said, the UK's climate is already changing. Yeah, no joke. It says the warming that we see is broadly consistent with what we see globally. And our climate seems to be getting wetter as well as warmer. And that's consistent with our broad understanding of the process of climate change. Yeah, nobody wants to be near anything that's wet and warm. Ugh. The UK's weather records go back centuries in some cases, with temperature series for central England dating back to 1659. So that's what they're basing it on. Centuries of statistics. And according to these, the latest 30-year period is 0.9 centigrade warmer than the preceding 30 years, and the UK has been 6% wetter on average in the more recent period. And that might not sound like big numbers, but the upshot of that is all these floods that we've seen lately. And it could get much, much worse. I mean, this is as nothing compared to what might happen. And is anybody remotely interested in this?
No.
No. Oh, never mind. It'll never Oh, no, that's right, it already has. Land temperatures across the planet are about 1.2 centigrade hotter than in pre-industrial times. It's us what's doing it. And governments will meet this November in Glasgow at the COP26 UN Climate Summit to try and agree a way of pretending that they're interested in preventing the world from heating by more than 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. I mean, they aren't interested, of course, because that would entail actually doing something, and we won't do anything until it's too late.
Oh, fabulous.
You know that's true. It really doesn't matter what the long-term consequences are. Politicians won't do anything that will negatively affect their votes in the next election. Short-termism is what will do for the human race. The electorate doesn't like change. They don't want to change their way of life. That's why people get so furious about this issue of climate change. Because if they agree that something is happening and that we have a hand in it, then that implies that we should change our way of life. And nobody wants to do that. We just won't. We'll scream and scream and scream till we're thick. I would advise getting to higher ground or buying a boat. Let's have a call in Stepney, and it's a person called Pat. Pat.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah. Well, you're there and I'm here.
Thank God for that.
Very nice. Anyway...
As long as you're there, I'll always know where you're not.
Well, you might know where I'm not, but I know where you are.
Now I'm confused.
You're at LBC?
Yes.
Very nice. Anyway, to business in hand. I was just saying to the lady on the switchboard, I was saying, like, you know, about 300 years ago, 400 years ago, they had what they called a little ice age,
yes.
What they called the Maunder minimum.
Yeah.
And on and off for, you know, several years, not every year, but several years, they used to have ice fairs at, like, the point where London Bridge and Tower Bridge is.
If you go to the National Gallery, you can see pictures of it.
I mean, and in my lifetime, the River Thames has never thrown... I mean, it used to be so thick you could have bonfires on it.
Yeah.
And people used to skate on it. That's how thick it was.
Even if you could, I don't think I would. I mean, would you? It seems a bit dangerous.
No, I can't skate.
You can't skate. But, I mean, would you go out onto the ice on the River Thames and trust that it will keep you up? It just doesn't make any sense to me. No, not for me.
Well, anyway, you know, one man's ice skating rink is another man's football pitch. Anyway, you know, the thing is that it was so cold that I was telling your producer that, like, sheep in fields in the country, like, literally froze when they stood.
To death, yeah.
And the barks of trees cracked. That's how cold it was.
Yeah. How cold was it?
Well, you know, cold enough to make the trees make the trees bark split.
It was very cold.
And before that,
and they didn't have central heating. How did they stay warm in those days? I mean, you go out on they didn't have central heating. They didn't have thermal underwear. They didn't have nylon zip-up wind sheeters. They didn't have any of that. How did they stay warm?
No idea.
No, I don't know either.
But, you know, I think a century before that, or maybe a century and a half before that, it was so warm here that you could grow grapes. It was like Mediterranean warm. So, the things, maybe humans have got a bit to do with it, but also there is natural forces at work, like maybe the sun's putting out not enough solar radiation or too much.
Yeah.
It has, the natural forces have quite a bit to do with it.
Of course.
But mankind does have a bit.
Pat, but if that bit meant the difference between the ordered life that we are currently now living and having to abandon all coastal areas all over the planet because Greenland's ice has melted, then do you think that it would be a good idea to do something about that little bit that we are responsible for? Or not? Forget it.
Oh, I mean, I'm certain that we should look after, like, the land masses that we live on, yes.
Right.
But there is lots of other things you could do, but I don't think we're either not there yet, or the will is not. The will is not there.
Oh, you're waiting for technology that doesn't exist to be invented.
Well, not maybe it could be, but I mean, I propose that parts of the world, like the Sahara, the Australian outback, the Arctic, you could build massive pressurised domes and fit cities for at least, say, 500,000 people. No, but you
domes?
say that.
Domes? What are you talking about, domes? Who wants to live in a dome?
Well, I mean, because of overpopulation, I mean, you're going to have to make these places livable.
Right, I seriously doubt it. No. Like, in the middle of a desert?
Yeah.
Where are you going to get the water from?
Well, you pump it in.
From?
From the sea and desalinise it.
That's a massively energy-sapping process.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the future, maybe by the 20s, 80s, 2100s. Right. Could have. Well,
fortunately, by that time, if that is our future, Pat, fortunately, by that time, we'll both be long gone.
True, but
that's the good news.
You could have fusion generators.
Right. Again, you're waiting for something that hasn't been invented yet.
Yes, but only because the political will isn't there.
That's got nothing to do with it. It's not politics. It's scientists.
Well, look. I mean, if you look at I'm not saying the Victorians, invented that sort of thing, but the building skills and the building prowess that they showed is better than anything we have to. I mean, look at Tower Bridge. I mean, the workings inside Tower Bridge. I mean, I know I'm going off beam off a bit.
A little bit, yeah.
But
I wouldn't want to live. It's very impressive, but I wouldn't want to live there, though, Pat.
Could we build Tower Bridge today? And I'll say no.
Of course we could.
We couldn't.
It's scaffolding with stone on the outside.
Yeah, but the engine in it, the actual workings, they haven't changed since it was built in the 1890s.
Right. Okay.
But what I'm saying is.
And meanwhile, your washing machine won't last 3 years.
No, they were better built, and things. I mean, they built, underground, like tunnels and all that stuff.
Right. But we've gone way off point here.
No,
I don't know where you're going to now. Where are we going to, Pat?
What I'm trying to say is that they had the initiative and the will to do these things.
Right.
We haven't got it at the moment.
But we have the initiative, and we perhaps have the will to invent free energy. It's just that we haven't been able to do it yet.
Yeah, but
it's not because we don't want it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, not now, but for the future, that's what we should be aiming towards if we want to.
Well, you might as well say we should just magic it all better.
No, but I'm just saying for the future that's where we need to sort of be going. If they want greener planet,
I think we can agree on that the future is where we should be going.
But I'm saying
let's leave it on that note of Concord. How does that sound, Pat? Another satisfied customer. I'll take that long pause as acquiescence. Thanks, Pat. I know it's the concept of changing your life in order to save people in the future is really grates on people. And it grates on a certain type of people more than others. And those people, I think, would insist that Brexit was the right thing to do, and that Boris Johnson is doing his best, and that Meghan Markle is an evil witch sent from hell to steal our little puppy Harry away from us. Lancashire, Annie.
Oh, hi up, Nick. How are you?
Hey up, Annie. Good, thanks.
Good. The last caller there, I was thinking he's like a lot of people, really. He just wants some kind of magic wand technology that might happen in the future, by which time it'll probably be too late for us all. We'll all be frying in hell.
Yeah. We're talking about climate change, not the border in Ireland.
No, climate change. So, I mean, it's just not going to happen, is it? We've just got to change our lifestyle now, but I think so many people just don't want to do it, do they?
Change our lifestyle? No, that's why people get angry. And you have to wonder why people get so angry when this comes up. I mean, apart from that, people are angry about absolutely everything. They get angry at the sight of 2 raindrops falling down a windscreen. They get furious about that and everything else in between. But people are so angry about climate change because I can only assume it's because the concept of changing their lives is so horrific that they just flail their arms around in mad fury at anybody who says that something is going on, and we have some responsibility for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what it's about, isn't it? They're angry because they don't like the thought of having to change. And as for Alok Sharma, I mean, really, how many flights did he do in
30. He went to 30 different countries in 7 months. That is ridiculous.
I mean, really.
I mean, it's trolling, isn't it? What the government seems to be engaged in is it's like a giant prank. It is. We didn't elect a government. We elected a prank. They're just pranking us on a daily business, trolling us to see how far they can push us before we react. And the answer seems to be an unlimited amount.
I know, it's insane, isn't it? And I was just thinking, actually, one of the ways that I think they should deal with frequent flyers is to just charge them a fortune, because most people don't fly that much. Most people only go on maybe 2 or 3 a year at the most. Most people just go on maybe 1 or 2 holidays a year. But it's a very small minority of people that are the frequent flyers, and I think they should just put the prices up to phenomenally expensive and see if they still do it.
Yeah, of course, Alok Sharma would be unaffected by that because he isn't paying his ticket. We are.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, either that or, I think he should just be banned for the next 5 years from going anywhere. He should just be made to stay here.
It really is, what would Donald Trump do? Every single thing this government does is what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump, if he had a position when he was still the President of the United States of America.
A president! Can you believe it?
When he was still in power before the evil Democrats totally stole it. He would employ somebody who is his climate czar. He'd employ somebody from the coal industry or the oil industry, somebody who's been trying to execute the climate for the last decade or more. That's who he would put in there, somebody who is ideologically opposed to the job that he's doing.
Didn't he do something? I don't think they were from the oil industry or anything, but didn't he put somebody who was actually completely against climate change into the...
that's exactly what he did. Every post that he filled was filled with somebody who was ideologically opposed to the body that they were supposed to be running, and had previously tried to get it dismantled. In a lot of cases, as far as regulations for the coal industry and the oil industry and all of the rest of it. But he did it out loud on stage. Our lot do it. Well, we used to do it. To do this kind of thing a bit more secretively, a bit more undercover. But Bodger has realised that there is no limit to the amount of trolling that his fans will not take, so that he has thrown caution to the wind.
I think so, because with it now he's got this 80-seat majority. I think he's got carried away. I think he's got a sort of a emperor complex or
God,
something.
does he ever? Yeah, Nero.
Yes, yeah, he just thinks he can do anything now, and we'll take it. And it seems at the moment that we will, but, I don't know how long it'll go on, really. Surely at some point people are just going to come to their senses. I keep thinking this. How long can this go on? How long can so many people be fooled by...
Wake up, people. Time's running out. Exactly. All right, thanks a lot, Annie. 0345 6060 973. Scientists are particularly concerned that the UK's weather is growing more extreme. Can anybody with their hand on their heart tell me that our weather is not getting more extreme? I mean, the amount of floodings that we've had, the amount of just constant rain. I mean, this summer, apart from anything else, last summer, I mean, you remember when no one could go out in spring into summer? It was the most fantastic summer ever. Like day after day after day, like for a month. I think it was May, wasn't it? For a month, it was absolutely glorious. Great if you got a garden. You could go out there with the flora and fauna. But if you got a flat, it must have been an absolute nightmare. So that was extreme, and this year seems extreme as well, doesn't it? I mean, all these flooding events, that's not normal. It just isn't. Well, you know how not normal it is? It's because they built houses in the areas that are now flooding. If it was normal for those areas to flood, they wouldn't have they wouldn't have had the nerve to build houses there in the first place, would they? And nobody would have been stupid enough to buy them. So we know this is not normal. Scientists are particularly concerned that the UK's weather is growing more extreme. Last year, storms Ciara and Dennis struck only a week apart and brought rainfall that was in some places more than 4 times what they used to get in a month. In one day. 4 times what you got in a month. Say scientists, we see a continuing emerging pattern of more high temperature and more rainfall extremes. The baseline of our climate is changing, and what we regard as normal is changing. Well, I think that ship sailed.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Not normal anymore, eh, Bodge? William Collins, Professor of Meteorology... Shut up. William Collins, Professor of Meteorology at the University of Reading, said, the UK's weather is likely to become even more extreme as global temperatures rise. See, it might sound nice that global temperatures are rising, but when temperatures rise, that means we get more rain, apparently. I mean, I'm no scientist, but... He said, governments have pledged to pursue efforts to limit temperature increases to 1.5%. Failure to do so will cause worldwide climate impacts, and we will not be immune in the UK. Yeah, you can say that again. We're surrounded by weather. It's everywhere. As the planet heats up under the influence of greenhouse gases, the warming air holds more moisture, which is making British weather wetter than in the past. You hear that? Even wetter. Richard Allen, Professor of Climate Science at Reading University, said very wet periods and associated flooding are becoming more severe as higher greenhouse gas levels warm the air, increasing the moisture that fuels storms. A more thirsty atmosphere also dries the ground more effectively, intensifying the already hotter spells and making our weather more extreme. And we're not set up for extreme weather. We don't do extreme. Our infrastructure has not been built to tolerate extremes of rainfall, for instance, or heat wave temperatures and storms. We're not used to any of that. This is all relatively new. And this sort of warning from scientists gets massive pushback from the ignorati, the keyboard warriors who are bashing their fury about anything that's woke onto the internet. And when they think they've shown Meghan Markle a thing or two, they start on about the green scam and how eco-activists are making millions from warnings like this. You know, how scientists are making a fortune. Please. somewhat missing the point that the carbon fuel business, the oil business, is the richest industry in the world. And their PR departments are working overtime to convince the easily led that it's the people who are trying to avert a catastrophe that are the enemy. I bet they can't believe how easy it is. I bet they wake up laughing. Liz Bentley, Chief Executive of the Royal Meteorological Society, said, "When we saw the extreme heat events over the summer last year, the roads were starting to melt. The rail network had rails buckling so that the trains had to slow down, and we see lots of cancellations and postponements to the rail service. Electrical cabling started to buckle, so we see power outages." She said the impacts that it's going to have on our daily lives mean it will start to have a much more negative effect than just some kind of warm, sunny day. You remember a warm, sunny day, don't you?
No.
No. And the impacts are being seen in farming and on the natural world. The first leaves apparently appearing sooner and fall earlier, which can cause havoc for species that rely on them. I mean, they get born out of sync. Caterpillars and other like insects peak before baby birds are born. Poor little things have got nothing to eat. And that potentially leads to a breakdown within food chains, and subsequently species are struggling not only to survive but to thrive. And remember, when food chains break down, remember who's at the top of the food chain. And there's sea level rise. That's doubled since the start of the last century, going from 1.5 millimetres a year to more than 3 millimetres a year. That's 2 centimetres a decade in the last 60 years. Ed Hill, director of UK's National Oceanography Centre, said an immediate consequence will be higher extreme sea levels during high tides and storms, which cause flooding. So remember this, when your sofa is floating out of your living room window, remember who's to blame. It's probably Jeremy Corbyn. Thanks a lot, Jeremy Corbyn. Chris texts, "No wonder these Swifts are leaving." What do you mean by that? I don't know what the context is there, Chris. Lauren emails, "Nick, the only thing that could make the Marble Arch massive anthill look any worse is if they stuck that hideous statue of Lady Diana on top of it." It's not hideous, it's perfectly fine. What's wrong with it? Stop reading the internet, Lauren. Form your own opinions. Perfectly fine statue. Rob says, "Hey Nick, can I do thousands of miles to many red countries and not bother at all with self-isolating? It seems okay if you're in the government." Yes, Rob, if you're in the government. Because apparently COVID will respect a minister. Won't go anywhere near you. Paul says, "I hate to be a pedant, but 1.2 inches is actually 1 1/5 inches. Isn't the European surrender metric system more efficient?" Yeah, 1.2 inches. That seems a bizarre combination of measurements, doesn't it? That's using the metric system and the other one. Do you know why they call it a oh damn it, I can't remember what a Royale with cheese. You know why they call it a Royale with cheese? That's right. Durham. Hello, Margaret.
Hello?
Margaret.
Hello. How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. Right, mate. I'm calling as an older lady, shall we say, who's watched all this develop.
How old?
Pardon?
How old?
How old am I? 80.
80 years old? Yes.
Oh, don't do that. That physically, that's what it says on the birth certificate. I'm a lot younger than that. But I'll tell you, I watch all this developing. I'll tell you first of all about a little blip in 1976.
A little blip?
In 1976.
I know, wait. A blip? Is that racist?
No, it is not racist. I am not racist. So shut up, don't offend me. A little blip in 1976.
Little blip.
One Saturday morning we woke up with a covering of snow, which was quite strange for a Saturday in June.
I remember that. 1976. 76. Yeah, I remember that. I remember it well, yeah. A little bit of snow.
And I was pregnant, so I was thinking about it. And then while the heat wave. What I have observed from my little Erie in my gorgeous little town in Durham is the laziness. Everybody has a car. We are so lazy. And every drive on my road now has dug up the grass and they've concreted it over for their cars, which they must have because they can't walk anywhere.
Right.
Where does the rain go? Where do the little creatures who live in the grass go? God help us. We live in this concrete jungle to accommodate their cars. And then over the road, we have a school. And the mummies, daddies and grandparents sit every day waiting for their little ones to come out of school. Delightful little ones. And I said to one day, I said...
Where did you go? Margaret, are you out there? Can you hear me? She's disappeared. I haven't disappeared her, have I? It's not me. I ain't done nothing. She's just gone. I think she probably pressed mute by mistake. Have you pressed mute by mistake, Margaret? Does that phone come with instructions? Gone. Oh, well, we'll never know. We'll never know what the end of that call was going to be about. Oh, well, never mind. This text says, Nick, did you know that killer whales have been seen off the coast of Brighton 2 summers in a row? Killer whales? No, I did not know that. And I very much doubt that that's the case. Brighton? But the sea is... the water is brown in Brighton. I don't like brown. Killer whales. What are they doing there? I've seen some people who look like killers underneath the pier in Brighton, but that's probably not what you're talking about, right? Oh, Pretty Patel wants to get down there. Slap some legs under that pier, right enough. Darryl says, our full Olympic team name, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, is such a mouthful. If only there were a more concise name that could unite the kingdom. Team GB. It just sounds like baby talk to me. Team GB. Let's have Spalding Moor. There's no such place, David.
Team GB.
Team GB, yeah. Where's Spalding Moor?
Between York and Hull.
Ah.
Yeah, Yorkshire.
It sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings.
My precious. Anyway, the point the point that I was supposed to make is kind of downgraded a wee bit, because you had a contributor earlier on that mentioned about the railways buckling because of the heat and all the rest of it. I can explain that, but I won't just now. Anyway, so you also had a call earlier on in regards to converting the salt water into drinking water, and that is such a brilliant idea.
Yeah, but it's very, very, very power demanding. It takes an enormous amount of power to do that.
It certainly does. I spent an awful lot of time within the Maldives as a dive instructor.
Oh, yeah.
And not only is it drinking water, i.e. bottled water within the Maldives, purely made from salt water converted into fresh water.
Yeah. What does it taste like? Does it have any taste?
Not at all, really. It's horrible. Is all I can say.
Right. So presumably they don't put that on the advert. Horrible. Maldives drinking water.
They certainly don't. But what makes it worse is that water pumped onto islands, because of course where you stay in the Maldives is an island, and islands pump salt water to convert to fresh water to wash your hands and to shower and everything else. And I can honestly say that you go for a shower, you leave the shower, and you just feel prickly, is all I can actually explain.
Right, so it's not nice to drink or shower with.
And it's not. And it feels as if you've come out of the sea, bathed in the sun for half an hour, and It's just horrible. So
like a salt crust, like you're ready to get put in the oven.
It certainly is. So you just cannot convert salt water to fresh water because the salt doesn't actually disappear. Salt doesn't dissolve, and the salt is still there.
But it does dissolve. Surely.
It does.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it does dissolve. But I can't. I won't argue with you about whether it tastes nice or is nice to shower in. But you got little choice when you're in the Maldives or Saudi Arabia or somewhere like that where you ain't got no water.
Well, it certainly is. I know you're completely correct. Can we have this chat about the rails buckling in hot weather?
Okay.
So, with rails, in this country, we have lower mean temperature than what they do in warmer countries.
Yeah, obviously.
So,
that's why they're warmer, yeah.
And that is one point, just to make clear. So, when we join our rails together with welds, we do that to make the service a lot smoother for passengers.
Right.
And therefore, we have to stress rails to a smoother and lower temperature to what, of course, we have to do within warmer countries.
Yeah, but they have gaps, don't they? They've got gaps in between. We don't weld the track together. There's gaps in between each section of line. Yeah.
But each country has to stress a rail to a mean temperature.
Yes. But so we aren't stressing it to hot enough, because when it gets baking hot heat here, then it expands too much and hence buckles.
It does, but if we was to stress it to a lower temperature, and then in the winter or in colder,
there'd be big gaps.
It's not so much big gaps; it's more of the fact that the rail would literally crumple under the fact that we have stressed the rail too much to a warmer temperature, and therefore the rails would just simply crack.
It sounds like you're an expert on this, David.
Well, I am a railway engineer.
Oh my God, you're a railway engineer, you're a diver in the Maldives, and an expert on water. Is there anything you don't know?
2 + 2?
Well, then you can be the
7.
Education Secretary if you start on Monday. I'm afraid you're out of a job, Gav. Yeah, no protests. 0345. Thanks a lot, David, for filling us in on pretty much every topic under the sun. You believe that? Isn't this show educational?
No.
Every now and again. Darren texts, I've seen what's in The Guardian tomorrow. Apparently we spent 163 grand on... £163,000 on Union Jack flags. What? And he says, see the news last week that this government told local councils to fly the EU flags on their buildings. OK, here are those two stories. Spending on Union flags has increased in virtually every government department since Johnson entered Downing Street, with more than £163,000 spent this year and last year on flags. It accounts for 85% of Union flag purchases over the past 4 years. So that's why you can't get a Union flag up your way, is because the government have bought them all to wrap themselves in. As in, what would Donald Trump do? He'd paper their offices with it in order to appear that what they were doing was in the interests of the country. Because, look, there's the flag. And I've got a picture of the Queen over here, so it must be right. The lion's share of purchases come from just two departments. The Ministry of Defence. The Ministry of Defence spent like a six-figure sum on flags. I bet they bought the wrong flag. They'll have bought the flag of Indonesia by mistake. Or they'll fly ours upside down. And the other one was the Department for Fun. £54,000 for the Department of Fun, £118,000 for the Ministry of Defence. Yeah, that's going to show Vlad the Insano what for. We've got a flag. Meanwhile, the UK government has ordered councils to display the EU flag as a condition of receiving COVID high street to cash. The EU flag! No! You believe that? The UK government is telling councils to display EU flags across towns and cities in England as a condition for receiving high street COVID recovery cash. Guidance issued to local authorities by the Communities Ministry says that blue and yellow symboled European unity flags are required to be displayed around every piece of signage, pavement sticker or temporary public realm adaptation funded under this scheme. We will now be buying thousands of new EU flags to post on official buildings and in public places across the country because the European Regional Development Fund has given money to help the UK with the COVID-19 reopening. The flag rule, enforced from Whitehall, is embarrassing for ministers because they are keen to rid the UK public buildings of EU flags, but they do not want to turn down the COVID recovery cash. This is our glorious future. It's arrived. Isn't it great?
Oh, fabulous.
Let's have a call in Islington. Adam.
Hello.
Adam.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Nick, before I make my main point,
a sub-point.
I just read, I can't believe this, our big auditors, the big four, they've been fined again for conflict of interest. And now the government's looking for someone to be a watchdog for them. I mean, you couldn't make it up, yeah. And they're offering, it was on the financial news, they're offering $125,000 for 2.5 days a week.
Oh my God, I'll do it. Oh no, that's right. I'm not a relative of Boris Johnson, so I can't.
No, but can you imagine the auditors have been fined because of conflict of interest?
Again,
and they knew about it.
Yeah. Again. Yeah, is there a single firm in the City of London that has not had hundreds of millions of pounds of fines appended to it?
Yeah. I just read that. So I want to... It's a bit bleak what I'm going to say, but I'll say it. I think we're too late.
Too late?
I think you're spot on about where climate change has gone. And I genuinely think we're too late. And that's such a bleak thing to believe. And I'll tell you why I say that, Nick. I don't believe that we can move away from fossil fuel at the speed we need to. We just can't do it. We don't have enough alternative source of energy.
I'll tell you why we won't. It's because the fossil fuel industry are so wildly powerful that they won't let us. All of these people that are on the internet bashing their keyboards in fury at so-called climate science, all of those people have been hypnotised by the oil industry into believing that. These phony grassroots campaigns, which aren't grassroots at all, they're called astroturfing, which is like a grassroots campaign is when a few people get an idea, they put it up on the internet or they publicise it, and a few more people say, oh yeah, that's right, and then they tell their friends and their friends tell their friends and so on. That's a grassroots campaign. Astroturfing is the opposite of that. It's major corporations and other interested parties pretending that it is a campaign that has come up from the bottom, where it is actually being delivered from the top down.
Yes, but Nick, how comes, you haven't fallen for it, I haven't fallen for it? I'm sorry, I actually think those angry yobby lots, A, are a bit thick, and there's a lot of them, and B, they don't have that self-critical reflection ability that why is things being presented the way they are to me?
Well, yes, the reason, partly the reason is the influence of social media. If you go on the internet and put in, Bill Gates is trying to insert a microchip into my brain by means of this vaccine. If you put that into Facebook, then you'll get 1,000 people who all say the exact same thing, and you think, aha, see, I was right.
And you know what's going on in the Asian community, and I'm Asian, right? Some people are scared of the vaccine. I'm not making this up. They think that there's, and I'm embarrassed to even say this because I don't think this, by the way, but they think it's got the DNA of a white person, and they're trying to rescue the white race by, honestly, I mean, I'm embarrassed to even say it to you, but...
Right, well, the Vapors are going to have to re-record that song. Turning Japanese, I think I'm turning Japanese already, think so. No, they're going to have to re-record that song.
Do you agree? Do you think it's too late? Because I genuinely think we have passed the stage where we can reverse climate change. We don't have the appetite for it. Well, I get your point.
I think that I don't know is the obvious answer, and neither do you. Other people will know more than we do, but even their opinions you have to take with a pinch of salt, because life gets in the way, and the weather is nothing but unpredictable. But it seems like what they've been telling us for a long time is that there will be like a point of no return, like a tipping point. And they actually said, if the permafrost in Siberia starts to melt, then that's it, game over. And the permafrost in Siberia has started to melt. And
I don't even know what that is. Sorry, what's the permafrost?
Well, it's the ice under Siberia, which is frozen. It's an ice cap over all this vegetation going back millions of years, which has got gigatons of carbon locked into it, as long as it remains frozen. When it starts to melt, then methane just comes like squirts up into the air in ungodly amounts and starts to speed up the process. So it becomes whatever the word is, self-perpetuating. I'll go with that.
Are we aggravating it because of our fossil fuel burning? I'm assuming so.
Well, you're aggravating a lot of people who are shouting at the radio at the moment, who say there's no such thing as climate change. It ain't got nothing to do with us.
Yeah, no, it's true. And can I ask you, do you also think, because, and you said this, I remember, I'm a big fan of this, I remember some of the stuff you say. You made a good point one time when someone said, well, it's only the UK and America starting, it's not going to work. And you made a point about, well, if we have that attitude, nothing will change. But do you agree that India and China have really got a big part to play in this? Because if they don't, and because their argument is you've had your industrial revolution, now we're having ours,
right?
But and it's sad, but I think they need to be in on the teamwork on fighting this. I don't think it can only work, because I think the UK is really advanced in many ways, and we're thinking about things, and we are putting into action, right? Like the solar, the wind turbines.
Like small, tiny steps. Not really as much as the government is trying to make us believe that they're doing.
Yes,
it's not remotely sufficient, where I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, but we don't actually do it, because if you say you're going to do something, then you don't have to do it, because people think, oh, well, they've done that already, because I just heard him say he was going to do it. So they just they tick that off their list. But yeah, of course, everybody has a duty to take care of the planet we're on, because we don't have another one.
No, exactly. And do you know what I don't get? Do you know those angry types? They're like going crazy about climate change. I think they're just really mad because the world is moving in a progressive way, and it's making them think, oh, I'm not comfortable. It's like...
You think the world is moving in a progressive way? I think maybe if you looked over the last 50 years to here, then yes, you would make that conclusion. But I think we've encountered a blip. I think we might have taken a couple of steps backwards just lately.
There has been regression in politics.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Mentioning no names.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, yours. Let's immediately go to Hitchin, where we have an important caller called David. David,
I'm David, yes. Hello, Nick.
David.
Absolutely brilliant. A pleasure to speak to you. Yes, you mentioned the Vapors. I actually knew the lead singer from Vapors, Turning Japanese.
One of the Smiths?
The Vapors, Turning Japanese.
I don't mean the Smiths. I mean, he was called Smith, wouldn't he?
No, his real name was David, because he didn't like his real name was his real name that I knew him. He used to be in the army. His real name was Ian. I didn't know his surname, but he went under an alias of David Fenton.
David Fenton. Right.
Fenton, yeah. Thank you, yes. And because I'm an ex-soldier, and he was the lead singer there, but he hated that song, and they got a bit ripped off. And they used it for the Olympics back in that sort of time.
Did they?
Yeah, they used that. Turning Japanese. So it must have been the Japanese of Tokyo years back. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and but he actually hated that track, and but he promised to play it for me on my birthday. But sadly, he passed away. He was going to do me live acoustic thing for it. But yeah, it was really lovely bloke. And
how can you not like that song? I love that song. Turning Japanese.
Tell me about it.
So I am telling you about it. Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. Na. Yeah. Great tune. All right, thanks a lot, David. 0345 6060 973. A brush with rock and roll greatness.
Rock and roll!
Have you ever met anyone from the Swell Maps? Oh, he's gone. Darren says... Oh, no, read that. Tony takes, what about Greta flying all over the place? See? See? She made a point to not fly, and you're still going on about it. Well, what about this and what about that then, eh? Yes. We're still going to be going, yeah, well, what about, she lives in a house with heating, yeah, what about that then, eh? We're still going to be doing that as the rising waters are lapping at the underside of our noses. Just keep denying, Tony. That'll work. You could use your denials as a flotation device. Edward texts, Nick, I heard a couple of weeks ago Jacob Smug failed 2 out of 3 questions on Latin, which he was promoting. Sadly, I missed the interview he gave with Camilla Tominey. A bit of humility did him no harm. Yeah, I listened back to that. I thought, oh, this is delightful. I'm going to be using lots of clips of that, I thought. But then I heard it and it wasn't as funny as I had hoped.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Where does he get that accent from? Absolutely nobody except him speaks like that. It's not natural, it's forced, it's put on. I'm just saying. That is my opinion. It's just that sort of supercilious... How he's... Oh, do you know, I'll give up. Bruff. Derek.
Hi, Nick.
Derek.
Do you know I've spoke about writing to my MP? I got a response from me... me Johnson has to go after the Dominic Cummings interview.
Yeah.
And he said, thank you for your...
Okay, now wait a minute, back up. So after Dominic Cummings' interview, when he...
emailed my MP.
Right, all right, hang on, I'll set it up. So after Dominic Cummings' interview where he dug a hole for the dear leader...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You thought, right, that's it. I'm going to write to my MP. So you wrote a stern letter and laid out your complaints in full. And so what did you get back?
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Regards, Mr. Davis. That was it. The subject was, Johnson has to go.
Yeah.
And put, can you please get rid of this man and stand as leader and try and put some faith back into the government of this country, right, because he's gone. Where's that?
Yeah, this is David Davis.
Yeah, that's right. So that was his one-liner. So anyway,
so he wrote back saying
thank you,
and that's it.
yeah, kiss me backside and never mind. Anyway, so I thought, right. Then there's this... I know that there's a bit of a campaign going around on Twitter and stuff like that, probably on Facebook, about, they're getting this COVID inquiry brought forward. Because...
what's the point? What is the point? I mean, I almost just give up at this point, because I think they will have an inquiry. It'll cost £50 million. It'll take 5 years and conclude that lessons must be learned. And that'll be the end of it.
But anyway, with that, you have to email your MP, don't you? It's like a standard letter, and then it generates the email for you and sends it to your MP, so they'll be getting another one through the door. So
Derek, you realise that you're putting yourself on a list, don't you? You do realise this is going on your permanent record. Priti Patel's got her eye on you.
Yeah, straight anyway. But what it is, this inquiry, he's pushed it back to next year because what he wants to do is drop an election in before the results of it. Do you know what I mean? They will
delay it as long as necessary for them to win the next election by hook or by crook. I'm expecting, and then they won't care what the report says. In fact, they will tell us the opposite of what the report says, just like they told us the opposite of what the Russia interfering in the EU referendum report said. They said that it gave them a clean bill of health and absolutely nothing was found. Yeah. But they specifically did not look. That's why they didn't find anything, is because they refused to look.
Well, it's like this anti-vax sort of thing. Did you see that there was some people have been looking into Facebook and apparently all this anti-vax nonsense has come from 12 accounts on Facebook, and it would be so easy to close them down. But it generates that much, eyes on,
advertising,
of course, and all like that. So, I mean, if it's, if it comes, it's all sourced. The website how it's sourced from 12 accounts on Facebook, and it will be that easy to close it down. But they don't. It's just an absolute disgrace, really, when you think about it.
Everything is a disgrace when you think about it. The amount of things that are a disgrace at this point is just uncountable, Derek. This is why older people get angry. It's not just because their knees go and they run out of breath. It's because they've seen so much. I mean, there's only so much that you can see that you can just, put the veil of youth over and pretend it doesnn't exist. I mean, after being... Huh?
How old are you?
How old am I? 60. Oh, I'm 61 this month.
Well, I'm 56, but this government is... I mean, we're going back to the days of Thatcher and Higley, but this government...
Margaret Thatcher?
Yes. And she was bad, but these people now...
The worst.
The worst ever
in
history.
The worst government in history. It must be the worst government in history. Who could have predicted that voting for a clown off the telly would not have been a good idea?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, who could have predicted that, eh?
Well, exactly. He makes John Major look like...
An international statesman, yeah. Like any previous... MP, any of the ones that are still alive, all of them look like international statesmen or women compared to you-know-who. That guy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Theresa May, she looks like a shining star compared to this clown.
Exactly.
And my only regret is that they didn't sort of tie this Brexit deal up before this guy got hands to get in charge when she was there, because it's just made the country that much worse. Not the fact that Brexit was done, but the fact that they didn't, get the deal done, sort of thing. And
they got a deal done. They got a deal done. It's just that they didn't read the deal before signing it. Big problem, huge. But I'm sure it'll work out in the end.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah. No. All right. Well, that's the good news, Derek. Text says they're probably using climate minister instead of email. It's more secure. What does that mean? They're probably using climate minister instead of email. It's more secure. Does that make any sense?
No.
Alistair says it's Titan Airways, not Triton. That's why I couldn't find it. Here it is. The Airbus A321 acquired to ferry ministers and members of the royal family hither, thither and yon, wherever they want to go on holiday. I mean, on official engagements, was secured via corporate travel management, an Australian-based company. Australian. Isn't that great? This is another Brexit bonus. We got Australia lending us or renting us our government aircraft. Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. This is an Australian company awarded 2 key COVID response contracts. Australia. we got two of these things now. A second official VIP Brexit jet, which is painted in Union flag livery, will cost you £75 million over the next 5 years. It was sourced by the same company in charge of the COVID hotel quarantine scheme, about which you've read only good things. Right. The Cabinet Office confirmed that the £15 million per annum cost of the Airbus A321, which is going to be used to ferry Bodger Johnson, senior ministers and royal family, wherever they want to go, is now in place. So, get this. This is how inept the current regime is. And at some point you have to think, is it ineptitude, or are they actually trying to ruin us? They've hired a fun plane for themselves for 5 years at 75 million quid. If we'd bought the plane outright, it would have cost 79 million. I'll just pause, let that sink in. We're hiring a plane for 5 years for 75 million quid. If we'd bought it, it would cost 79 million. 4 million more to own the blooming thing. Wow. I mean, oh my God. And no, nurses, you can't get a pay rise because we're spending it on fun jets. 2 of them. Not to mention the blooming yacht. Oh. Talk about moving the deck chairs around on the Titanic. Andy says, Keith Richards won't notice when the internet goes. Well, that is true.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, Keith Richards won't notice. Keith Richards wouldn't notice an all-out thermonuclear war. I bet he'd be the only thing that would survive. Indestructible is our Keith. You know, they're going on tour again. Again? When are they ever not on tour? How could they need more money? How could they need more adulation and cheering? Maybe they should get bored. Oh, I'm sitting around, you know. I'll run out of fags, so we'll go on tour and I'll get some on the way. Here is Gwent. Hello, Patrick.
Hi, Nick.
Patrick.
Hey, how are you?
Great, mate.
Hey, honestly, all right. I'm just glad that the research let me through to speak to you. All I wanted to say was this, right?
Yeah.
The last few months since the pandemic, I've been listening to you on a Friday night, and on a Friday, I look forward to you coming on. Because, honest to God, like with a soundboard and all that, but you know the reason I was ringing was last week you didn't seem to do it. You remember the contract testing thing you do, right?
Oh yes,
right. Well, that should, if I could get as a ringtone on my phone, I think it's hilarious. Honest to God, every time I sit in the kitchen here, right, listening to you, when that comes on, I just laugh to myself. And anyway,
believe me, you don't want that as a ringtone. It'd be too annoying.
It is funny.
All right.
He's an absolute, honestly, well. Hey, and this show, right? Sean in concert, when he comes on, it's just hilarious. Anyway, I'm not going to keep you. I just wanted to say that, and thank you for your shows on a Friday and a Saturday, and keep it going, and all the best to you, and thank you, LBC, Thomas Warbrick, and all that. But I've talked to them all, and I'm privileged that I've spoke to you. And I'm going to go now, right, because I don't really know what to say.
All right.
Well, I just wanted to say that, all right, mate?
You've said plenty. Thanks very much, Patrick. I appreciate it.
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Another satisfied customer. Don't have that as your ringtone. Too annoying. I had this as my ringtone. And it wakes you up right enough, but you hear it too many times. I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. You hear it everywhere. Once you've got it as a ringtone, it's amazing how often you hear it. And, of course, you just have like a jolt goes through you every time you hear your phone go, right? It's like, you're on edge a little bit. And every time I heard that bongo, which you hear a surprisingly large number of times, it's everywhere. I was on edge permanently on the edge of a breakdown. So I had to change it. I should have this as my ringtone. I'd call myself just to hear it. Steve emails, it's the World Wide Web that's 32 years old today. The internet has been used by the military and universities for much longer. Still, why let facts get in the way of a good story? Yes, quite right. Well, he says, why let facts get in the way of a good story, Boris? Has Boris been saying that the internet's 30 years old today? Hey, Boris! Liar! And he's not going to self-isolate. No, of course not. Because he was absolutely nowhere near a person who was on the same plane as him. And, of course, eyewitnesses spotted them sitting next to each other, having a chit-chat. Which, of course, any epidemiologist will tell you is a spit chat. Apparently, the English language makes you spit a lot. More so than any other language. Can you believe that?
Yes.
We're very spitty, apparently. Ew. So anyway, he was sitting next to him on the same plane. Even if he wasn't sitting right next to him, don't make no never mind. He was on the same blooming plane. Chatting away they were. But, oh, no, he was nowhere near him, and Bodger doesn't have to self-isolate no more. Goodness me, no. Why would anybody think that? Rules are for the little people. And he wasn't going to self-isolate the first time around, but, you know, he thought, oh, well, I'll take myself to my free palace in the country with hot and cold running servants, and I'll just stick it out there. I'll have a holiday for a while and pretend I'm suffering. But he doesn't want to have to do that again, probably because it's putting... I don't know. I mean, what would you guess? He doesn't want to do it again because... Why? Putting a kink in his dating schedule? Who knows? Yeah, I'm sure he's put that behind him. Right. Mike emails, good news for Glasgow. The explosion of COVID after the climate conference will distract from the drug death issue. From before, it's Titan Airways, not Triton Airways, that have the government contracts. Yeah, I just got that. Thanks a lot, Mike. Twice. And Kath says, Nick, leave him alone. Alok Sharma is doing his best. Oh, he's doing his best. God. So we're going to have the Climate Change Council in Glasgow, and the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a statement. It said, in 2013, their assessment concluded that humans were the dominant cause of global warming since the 1950s. Which seems likely. I mean, what else has happened since the 1950s? I mean, we haven't had a massive amount of volcanoes explode. There's been, the sun hasn't burst in the sky. There hasn't been any major events apart from us since the 1950s. We're like a disease. I can't remember the full thing, but, you look up The Matrix and you'll find it in there. Its findings spurred the negotiations that led to the 2015 Paris Agreement, which compels signatory governments to commit to reforms that will restrict planetary warming this century to under 2 degrees Celsius, ideally under 1.5 degrees Celsius. That was 2013. Their assessment led to the 2015 Paris Agreement. The conclusions of the latest study, which are going to get released on Monday, are expected to sound an even grimmer warning about the pace of planetary warming. Oh, no. It's all about extreme weather linked to climate change, wreaking havoc across the globe. Well, you've seen it with your own eyeballs. We've had torrential rains in northern Europe and baking hot heat in the south. Wildfires are burning their way through parts of southern Europe. In Italy, the blazes have tripled this year compared with the summer average. In Greece, fires prompted evacuations around the original home for the Olympics. Team GB, come on, Timmy. In Turkey, scorching temperatures triggered a wave of fires across dozens of its provinces. 100,000 hectares of land have been burned through. Thousands of people displaced. A summer of brutal heat waves across the Northern Hemisphere is only the sign of things to come, apparently, according to various new climate models. As global temperatures have increased, extreme heat events in the Northern Hemisphere have occurred with greater frequency and intensity. Deadly, record-crushing heat waves have scorched parts of the United States. The US, they ain't got no water. I don't think they've had any water out in California for a decade or more. I mean, right enough, they were stupid enough to build in what is pretty much a desert. But apart from that, we've had heat waves in Europe and the Arctic. As much as you can have a heat wave in the Arctic, but it's much, much warmer than it normally is. The World Health Organization reports that more than 160,000 heat-related deaths occurred from 1998 to 2017. There's a heat wave in Greenland, their biggest melting event so far. Researchers calculating that enough ice seeped into the ocean to cover all of Florida with 2 inches of water. Wouldn't that be great? Because you know where you-know-who lives?
Oh, shut up!
Wouldn't that be great to cover him in 2 inches of water? Sadly not, though. It's becoming more and more common to see these large melt events because we generally have a warmer climate, says a glaciologist with NASA's Global Modelling and Assimilation Office. And what does somebody who is a glaciologist with NASA know compared to some keyboard warrior who sits in his underwear in some dank garret clacking his fury out onto the internet? The human race is doomed. Because of the human race. Sasha emails, did you know that Jimmy Cliff has just released another single at the age of 77 years old? He says musically he has not reached his peak, says Sasha. Well, I don't doubt it for a moment. And if you want to get that new single from Jimmy Cliff, well, you can get it if you really want. But you must try. Try and try. Try and try. And you'll succeed at last.
Rock and roll!
I think you'll find that is correct.
Correct.
Mike says, Johnson shows his empathetic side again with remarks about Thatcher closing mines and their communities. It's just government by trolling, isn't it? I mean, at this point, you have to admit that they're just playing with us. They must wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today? Downing Street today scrambled to dampen anger over Bodger Johnson's coal mine gaffe after Tory MPs accused the Prime Minister of spitting in the face of Red Wall voters. Well, it's just the way he talks. It wasn't a gaffe. It was deliberate. And we know that because he admitted it. He admitted that he was trolling us. He actually said it out loud. They're saying the quiet parts out loud now. It's what would Donald Trump do?
I've been successful in every business I've been in.
He lied. He said, we got a big early start on going green thanks to Margaret Thatcher closing the coal mines in the 1980s. That's what he said. And then he laughed and said to the journalists, I thought that would get you going. So it wasn't off the cuff. It wasn't something he just thought up. It was planned. It wasn't a gaffe. It wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate. Deliberately trolling. I mean, I think that's what this regime do to while away a dull day. They get up and think, what can we do to them today? It's like we're trapped in their basement And they're devising torture for us, and we're saying, thank you, sir, may I have another? I say, let's go peasant shooting. Not pheasant shooting, peasant shooting. Oh, good sport, eh, what? When we bagged a brace of them, they'll still vote for us. What terrific fun. Pah! I mean, they've tried spraying their friends with billions of pounds of our money that the just about getting by in this country pay in taxes. They chucked that at their millionaire and billionaire chums, and then they threw away the phones they used to set up those deals. Like they're drug dealers. I mean, seriously, who uses burner phones to do business of any kind that's not mafia-related, let alone government business? I mean, you do business, you want it recorded, don't you? That's why people do emails rather than doing deals by phone. You want it written down. You'd think that a minister would be all over writing it down and having a record, in case they are recalled to account. But there is no calling to account with this lot. The calling to account part is over. So they did that. Chucked their phones away. Say, oh, it's a glitch. Yeah, it's a glitch. Yeah. All of them had a glitch. How curious. At the same time. Odd. So they did that, they pulled that, and nothing happened. And they just go on TV and they swipe away any impertinent questions and insist that it was all done within the rules and for the benefit of the nation. And furthermore, the public don't want to hear about it. I mean, how many times have you heard them say that? And then they appoint themselves to mark their own work and give themselves an A star. They take millions from billionaires and insist that those billionaires don't want anything for their money. They're just generous to fund the party. And nothing happens. And they talk of levelling up, and the Chancellor says that the one thing that could actually level up is education for those who don't go to Eton. But we can't afford that. We can't afford to fund schools properly because we can't afford to pay for everything, they said, and nothing happens. It's just another childish wish list, was Dominic Raab's famous quote. Oh, yeah, we'd love to help the disabled, but it's just another childish wish list. They fund Tory councils better than Labour councils and then blame the Labour councils for not having the money for services. And nothing happens. But actually it's worse than that, because after all that, and while most of it was going on, their popularity keeps rising among the very people that they are treating the worst. This whole country has developed Stockholm Syndrome. And so going into areas that haven't recovered from their main industry being shut down by Margaret Thatcher and pretending that she did that to help the environment rather than because she wanted to smash the unions to remove any vestige of power from the workers and give it all to management, for Bodger, that's just par for the course, that is. And then to make a joke about it and rub the locals' faces in it. And no doubt the good people of those old mining districts that voted for Bodger in great numbers will redouble their allegiance to the dear leader, because to do otherwise would lose face. It would be to admit that they've been had. Just like they were had with Brexit. How's that going, by the way?
Brexit's going great.
And Bodger Johnson rummaged around in his dressing-up box to get photographed during a visit to Scotland and said that the UK got a big early start on going green thanks to Margaret Thatcher closing the coal mines in the 1980s. And then laughed and admitted that it was him trolling. And Conservative MPs, meanwhile, are freaking out, expressed fears that the remark could damage support in former mining communities which only voted Tory for the first time in 2019. And you know what? They're completely incorrect in every respect. Nothing seems to have broken the people's will to vote for the party of millionaires. So why should that do it? The PM's official spokesperson has now tried to repair the situation, insisting that Johnson recognises the huge impact and pain closing coal mines had in communities across the UK. Really? Is that true, Bodge? No. No, that's just some old flannel that someone in his office put out to try to prevent any damage coming from what the dear leader said. Well, they shouldn't worry. He could show up at the door of those voters and strangle their dog, and they'd still vote for him. Because he got Brexit done. He's getting Brexit done. He's pretending that Brexit is going to get done. Yeah. Still waiting on those sunny uplands. Oh, but they'll get here. Expect absolutely everything that goes wrong under their watch to be blamed on the EU. From now until the end of time, it'll be the evil EU's fault. No! Whatever it is. And 43% of the population are desperate to believe that lie. So the lie becomes the truth. Because we all have our own alternative facts now.
Correct.
Bodger was visiting an offshore wind farm. He said, look at what we've done already. We've transitioned away from coal in my lifetime. Thanks to Margaret Thatcher, who closed so many coal mines across the country, we had a big early start, and now we're moving rapidly away from coal altogether. And then he laughed after saying that and told reporters, I thought that would get you going. I mean, what more proof do you need? It's government by trolling. Poke the people with a stick, and apparently they will love you more. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Rory texts, I hope it's an absolute scorcher when those world leaders visit Glasgow in November. That'll scare them. Well, it'll discombobulate the locals too. You see this? I haven't got unhand here. Paul tweets, come on, Nick, you're doing Brexit an injustice. Recent benefits include 13p off a bottle of red wine, and I also believe shoes are cheaper than pre-Brexit. What's not to like? Well, there will be 13p off a bottle of wine. Don't spend it all in the same place. But as for shoes, I haven't noticed that shoes are any cheaper. I mean, I have to wear those plastic trainers, which... I mean, the ingredients in one of those trainers must be £1, if that. And then they pay some child in some Asian sweatshop a penny an hour to glue them together. And then they sell them to you for 130 quid. I haven't noticed that shoes are any cheaper. Hassan tweets, Nick, the storms have started already. A tree brought down a tree in Brixton today, causing havoc. A tree brought down a tree. Can you believe that?
No.
No, I can't either. I am stunned. Well, it started already. Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
You want to go look for phones?
Nick.
Hello?
Yes, Nick.
Yes, I've noticed in the Daily Express a couple of days ago a wonderful article about how the Turing scheme was going to replace the Erasmus scheme to get rid of the evil EU influence on our children.
Yeah.
And the article said that almost half of the money was going to be used to help underprivileged kids to access education.
Right.
And I thought to myself, well, isn't almost half another way of saying less than half?
Yes.
And then I thought to myself, shouldn't you be paying all of
it? Yeah, that's right, yeah. All of it, yeah.
And then I thought to myself, why on earth would a Conservative government led by a Prime Minister whose diplomat rich father got him a scholarship to Eton want to pay for rich people to send their kids to
It's
school?
mystifying, ain't it?
Yes,
I mean, talk about getting it upside down. The Express said that almost half is going to go to the poor, whereas what they mean is over half is going to go to those who don't need the money.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Oh, my God.
How very, very conservative.
Isn't it just?
I thought you'd like that. I thought they were trolling myself. And, of course, when I mentioned in the comment section underneath, I was roundly castigated by supporters of Brexit for my lack of patriotic further. And then the fact that they moved to Canada really set them off.
Oh, I bet.
So it was a good day for me.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Nick. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. This is this news. The government's replacement for the Europe-wide Erasmus student exchange scheme has started. Isn't it great?
No.
The Department of Education said that more than 40,000 young people will be able to work and study abroad later this year through the Turing scheme, which is announced by the government to compensate for the UK's withdrawal from the Erasmus scheme. Now, the Erasmus scheme is run by the evil socialist superstate. And we didn't want that. Goodness me, no. We want our own special British system. Oh, God, no, I can't listen to this right now. Not now. Students, 40,000 people. That's the headline that they're trying to sell this to us as a replacement for a scheme that allowed the people to go and study abroad. But why would you want to study abroad when we have the best country right here? Ain't that right, Gav?
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
That bloke is the education minister. Can you believe that? You know, students did like to study abroad for all sorts of reasons. They used to be able to go to EU countries and have their tuition paid, for instance. So, no doubt, all the new British scheme, the British scheme that we have now, that will be similarly open to those that are not wealthy. No, of course not. Under the new scheme, you don't get your tuition paid. It's like the government saying that they're cancelling buses on your daily route, but that the government has plans to allow many more people to be able to make the journey by Rolls-Royce. You simply have to buy one. Problem solved. The Department for Education says the new scheme means that young people will be funded to take up work and study placements in 150 countries. Gavin Williamson, the actual Education Secretary, said that he was pleased that 48% of applicants are expected to be from disadvantaged backgrounds. So 52% aren't. Why 48%? I mean, how Tory is that? Top Tory trolling, that is. He was pleased. Under this scheme, the Turing scheme, disadvantaged students will be eligible for funding to cover extra expenses such as visas and passports. Gavin Williamson, the actual Education Secretary, said the chance to work and learn in a country far from home is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity which broadens minds, sharpens skills and improves outcomes. Well, maybe he should try it. Maybe he should try it. He said, but until now it has been an opportunity disproportionately enjoyed by those from the most privileged backgrounds. Well, the Conservatives wouldn't want that, would they?
No.
Of course not. But the Shadow Universities Minister pointed out that the Conservatives' rhetoric on the Turing scheme does not match the reality. In other words, liar! Does their rhetoric on anything match reality? I think it's like, what would Donald Trump do? Create his own reality. Ministers are claiming to be targeting disadvantaged students, but their scheme provides no support to cover tuition fees, which will make accessing this incredible opportunity impossible for almost everyone that isn't rich. I mean, it's priceless. We're opening up the possibility for anyone to travel abroad, especially people with no money. All you need is a lot of money. For all destinations, the tuition fee costs, which were waived under the Erasmus scheme, will not be covered under Turing, and the tuition fees are the bulk of the cost. Expensive for those that can afford it, impossible for those that can't. Another Brexit bonus. How's Brexit going, by the way?
Brexit's going great.
Oh, it's painful. I mean, it is actually painful. Those that aren't fans, that aren't cult fans, are probably experiencing a weariness. We're in a funk. Because you can only get trolled so much before you think, oh, you either chafe against it, or you, that's not quite the right phrase. Is that right? Chafe against it? Well, there or thereabouts. It starts to chafe on you, and you start flailing around furiously, and you might send them an email. That'll teach them. The fans love it, of course. I think that there's sort of a sadomasochistic thing that is going on. A bodger punishes you and then laughs in your face while he's doing it, and they love him evermore. Thank you, sir. May I have another? But if you're not a cult fan, then it's becoming a bit wearying, being trolled all the time. You know, hence their constant smirking. Can any of them stop smirking? Just for a couple of minutes. Just give us a break. Try to pretend that you're not having so much fun. You know, with the constant trolling and all. Jill says, the Earth's core is heating up. There is an increase in the number of volcanoes under the oceans. Well, there was this alarming report about this string of volcanoes, and if any small one goes off, then that's it for the human race, essentially, or that's it for the lifestyle that we know and enjoy. Because there's pinch points where billions of pounds of trade come and go, and if any of it gets blocked by some molten lava, magma, then, we're screwed. Chris says, did they have thermometers in 1659? No, they were invented in 1709, so how do they know it was the hottest, coldest temperature since 1659? Records, Chris. How do you know that the thermometers were invented in 1709? That's information that I don't know off the top of my head. Who does? So I'll have to check it on the internet. I'll do that later. Much, much later, because I don't do homework on the weekend. Homework? On the weekend? But, sir... Chris texts, Nick, did they have thermometers in 1659? No, this is the one that I read just now. So I've checked it. I've actually done homework on a Saturday morning. Can you believe that?
No.
I have. I'm a good boy, I am. Well, we apparently have had thermometers since 1593, but they weren't very accurate, and they didn't have actual numbers on. They just told you when it got warmer and colder. And then we had thermometers changed in 1612. An Italian put a numerical scale on the thermoscope, but it wasn't very accurate. In 1654, we had the Grand Duke of Tuscany invented a sealed glass tube, had a numerical scale on the side, but wasn't very accurate. And then in 1709, along came Daniel Fahrenheit. And it became much more accurate after that. But Chris, is your point that because we haven't been measuring it accurately since 1659, we've only been measuring the temperature accurately since 1709, 50 years afterwards, then all climate science is bunk? Is that your point? Shuvik texts, BJ has an 80-seat majority courtesy of a lot of red wall voters in Lancashire and other places. Yeah, I know that. He actually has an 80-seat majority courtesy of the screwed-up system that we have, which purports to be a democracy. But it isn't, not really. Not if over half of the votes cast count for nothing. That doesn't sound very democratic to me. And also we have an unelected head of state and an unelected upper house. What's democratic about that? And we left the European Union to stop being led by unelected bureaucrats, and yet the person who is in charge of exiting the European Union is an unelected bureaucrat who doesn't appear to be doing a very good job. Portsmouth. Hello, Harry.
Oh, yes, hello, Nick.
you seem to be labouring under the misapprehension that we've got it worse under Boris, but for 40 years we've been pummeled by the politicians, haven't we?
The politicians?
Have you forgotten?
Which ones?
Have you not seen the bruises?
Which ones?
Well, the ones we got from all those politicians the last 40 years, messing us up, starting wars, shutting down industries.
Right.
Boris is only doing what they always do, the rest of them.
No, it's much, much worse under the current regime. Much worse.
You think he's worse, but what about Starmer, the ironing board, Sir Keir Starmer? We don't even know what he's going to do. He just keeps quiet about everything, doesn't he?
Harry, he hasn't run the country yet. You can't compare prime ministers by comparing one prime minister with somebody who isn't and that never has been a prime minister.
But we need to know about what his policies might be. There's no point letting him twiddle another 3 years, and we don't really know what he wants to do to the country.
Well, Harry, just look it up, man. You've already made your decision, and you will not let any information pass your ears. Look it up.
Oh, right. I was going to say, though, but you seem to be labouring under a misapprehension that Boris is a Brexiteer. He's never been a Brexiteer, has he?
Well, he seems to have... I don't think he's anything other than for himself. He will say anything that he thinks will get a positive reaction to his immediate audience. He will say anything in order to get ahead, to acquire more power and money and whatever else he's after. Whether he's a Brexiteer or not, never mind. That's what he has. That's the position that he has landed on. That's what got him to where he is now. So he is a Brexiteer. It doesn't matter whether he believes in it or not. I don't believe that. I wouldn't imagine that half of them who maintain that they're dyed-in-the-wool Brexiteers are actually positive about the scheme that they've got going. God, Steve Baker the other day, actual Mr. Hardman Brexit himself, he said that it was a fiasco. Anyway, thanks a lot, Harry. Peter says, with fuel bills going up and cuts to universal credit at the end of furlough in September, do you think that people will finally wake up and find that Bodger is not for them after all? No, Peter, because that would mean loss of face. It would mean admitting that you've been had. I expect that. People will dig their heels in ever harder, determined to make it work for them, despite the vanishing possibility that it actually will. I can't imagine that we will get to a point, because it's like a cult. It is like a religion. People are fanatical about him and this glorious future that he's promised them. And to admit that you've been had is to lose hope, as well as lose face. And so people won't want to do that, and they will bend themselves into pretzel knots in order to try to justify maintaining their support for him. And because people on the left will start yelling at them that you've been had, that will make them ever more determined to stick with him. There's absolutely nothing that he can do that is going to pry them away from supporting him. We're stuck in a. It's like the country's in a what do they call it when like a doom loop? Is that what they call it when planes start hurtling to the ground and they can't pull up? We're in a doom loop.
Warning!
It's like those sci-fi films where a very calm woman's voice says, "This ship will self-destruct in T-minus 5 minutes." And then, what's her name, remembers that she forgot the cat. Don't go back for the cat. Let's have Harrow. Sylvie. Harrow.
Hi, Nick. What I wanted to say was I could cry over this Turing scheme, which is such a farce in itself. It's ruined British children's education, further education of learning different languages in Europe. My son went to Holland, to Leiden University, as an exchange in the 90s. He learnt Dutch. even though I think he's forgotten a bit of it now. But it was a wonderful experience, and we met him out there, and we had a 2-week holiday with him. And what have they offered instead? They've offered this, and I had no idea that the tuition wasn't even paid for. I mean, what a farce! What an utter farce!
And all because
are people really serious?
Yeah, and all because they didn't want to have anything European appended to any government plan or course or...
Nick, do you know something? I could cry over it all. I think if I were young now, I would leave this country.
Well, if I were young, I'd be seriously...
I'd go to Europe.
I would be seriously disappointed with the grown-ups.
I wouldn't live here. Because we've got nothing now.
Well, that's not entirely true. We've got less than we used to. That's absolutely true. But young people can't go abroad. They can't go abroad now.
And I love this country.
Yeah, I do.
Brexit's ruined it.
Well, it's inconvenienced us, to put it mildly, and it's not. And we haven't experienced the full ramifications of what it is that we've done to ourselves.
No. So where is the cherry on the cake? Tell me with Brexit.
Sylvie, never mind about the cherry. Where's the cake?
There's the cake, absolutely.
Right. All right, thanks a lot, Sylvie. Cheer up, it might never Oh, no, that's right, it already has. Where's my cake? Bodger's both got it and eaten it. Haven't you, Bodge? Ricky tweets, I've been saying this for a while. All new build properties have solar panels installed and all social housing be fitted with them. The government pays for it. They wasted enough money on themselves, plus a bonus in green jobs. Yet solar panels are just hideously ugly. What happened to the that Elon Musk invention? He was bleating on about this, in between smoking a cheroot.
Want to score some pot?
He says he's invented roofing tile that looks like a roofing tile, but is also a solar panel. Your entire roof is a solar panel. It just doesn't look like those hideously ugly solar panels that are stuck on top of a roof. And he said it doesn't cost much more, or any more, than an ordinary roof. How fantastic. Electricity problem solved. Plus, they don't look awful. I want that. But he mentioned it, and then we didn't hear another word about it. Almost like he was stoned when he said it. Let's have a call in Kingston. Omar.
I want those solar panels as well. The ones that look like roofing tiles that Elon Musk was going to put out. That's a genius idea. Phenomenal idea.
Right. I just said
exactly. That. Did you? Okay. I'm going to start a campaign to get Harry, who called up earlier on, to replace Boris Johnson. Do you reckon it'll work?
Harry who?
The bloke who called up a few calls ago.
To replace Boris Johnson? Well, I don't know. Let's go right to the horse's mouth and ask him ourselves. He's not sure. It depends on whether he's going to have to self-isolate again. He's going to have to delete his dating app if he has to self-isolate again. Have to update his picture. Richie texts, Nick, I love it. Nice and cool. I have puny arms and look much better in a jacket. I have no idea what you're talking about, Richie. You're not making any sense. It probably pertained to something we were discussing yesterday, one of the issues, but I've got no memory of anything that I talked about. Not one single one. This says, what's with remember what sunny days were? I remember saying that. Why are people saying we haven't had a good summer? We've had a major heat wave, hottest day since records began, before records began, etc. Rubbish. DW tweets, so if railways crack at higher mean temperatures, how can Japan, with their bullet trains, not derail all the time, considering the fact that they are a hotter country generally? Riddle me this, says DW. Does it have anything to do with British exceptionalism?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably it, yeah. Will says, referring to 1.5 inches as 1.5 inches is expressing an imperial measurement as a decimal. This is not to be confused with the European metrication system in which all measurements are decimal. I've got no idea what you're talking about, Will, but can you tell me why they call it a royale with cheese? Simon says, humans create heat. Your phone, your TV, your car, everything we do creates heat. Of course we increase temperatures by exerting heat. We are radiators, says Simon. No, Simon, we are Devo. James says, I've had chips with Kenny Jones once and he stole a couple from my plate. Gutted. Huh. I swear there must be some drug in chips.
Want to score some pot?
No, I'd like to score some chips. Oh, I've got very bad news about chips, by the way. Do not let me leave tonight without telling you the bad news about chips. You'll be beside yourself. But chips, there is nothing else that you would steal from somebody else's plate, is there? I mean, you wouldn't steal their mashed potato, would you? You wouldn't steal their dauphinoise, would you?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I bet he only eats dauphinoise. That's what Nanny makes. There's just something about chips that makes you want to nick them. Will texts, hi Nick, one other person who used to speak like Jacob Rees-Smug was the art critic Brian Sewell. I heard Mr. Sewell once being described as having an accent so posh, even the Queen laughed at him. I interviewed Brian Sewell on the radio on a station that I don't think exists anymore. I kill radio stations. And I got through interviewing him, and he's always going on about buttocks. Oh, look at those buttocks. Like that. That was funny. He did a TV show for Channel 5, I think, weirdly enough, and he went round Italy peering at statues. Oh, look at those buttocks. And at the end of the interview, I said to him, did you really speak like this? And he said, well, of course I do. Karen says, I'm on countdown to your Christmas quiz. Oh, get lost, Karen. Can we not have summer yet? How many more of these? Oh, not many. And then I got to get through the ones that are coming in now. Oh, my God, my work never ends. Michelle says, hi, Nick. I may sound a bit selfish, but the new law about not being able to take certain foods out or into the country anymore is just the last straw. Depriving me of the joy of bringing back some delicious Cantal cheese or Bayonne ham at the end of my holiday. Thank you, Brexit. What a great achievement, says Michelle. Furious. And then there's some, there was one or two about, we got a new plane. We got a new plane, but we got a new plane. Not we, you and I. Them, the regime have awarded themselves a plane for good behaviour. I want a recount. And it costs £75 million, I think, for 5 years rental. They could have bought it outright for $79 million. And a lot of experts messaged me that I was wrong about pointing that fact out. Patrick was among them. He said, you are wrong, Nick. What? He says, if we owned the plane, it would cost more with maintenance and storage. Renting works out cheaper. Patrick, yeah, if you're a person, it might work out cheaper. But we've got a thing called the RAF. They do planes for a living. They got no end of places to stick one. We've got engineers, hot and cold, running on tap. Wouldn't have cost us a bean. Chris texts, hi Nick, I'm a black cab driver in London, and tonight I picked up Roger Taylor out of Queen. He has to be, by far, the best celeb I've ever had, says Chris. We got chatting and started talking about the Rolling Stones. I asked if he knew them, and he laughed and said yes. He told me to stay away from Keith Richards. He's dangerous. You can say that again. Don't try keeping up with Keith. And finally, for the moment, Oh, well, there's two. I'll end on the one from Sue. First of all, this one says, Boris has saved us from the EU, the establishment, and given us the freedom to choose our own destiny. He will easily be re-elected leader, not that he has had or looks like having any opposition. Boris Johnson, a relative of two royal families who went to the world's poshest and most expensive school, who was part of the Bullingdon Club. Him and this guy...
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
They have rescued you from the establishment. The person who texted didn't put their name on, but whoever you are, you're an idiot. And I mean that with the greatest respect. And finally, for the moment, Sue says, one problem could arise if you are colourblind. How will you ever know if you can go on holiday or not? Rob texts, so Nick, to sum up last week, Bojo thinks Margaret Thatcher done the world a favour closing down the coal mines to save the planet. The climate czar polluted the planet by going to 30 countries with impunity. Oh, is that who he went with? He went to 30 countries with impunity to self-isolation. The ant hill of Marble Arch is now a scaffolding masterpiece. Tom Daley can knit better than most of us, and it flooded in Glasgow. Oh, and by the way, how is Priti Patel getting on with her chain gang? Well, she's still not in one, if that's what you mean. I swear, virtually every other word in that missive was spelt wrong. I'm not even going to tell you how he spelt czar. And that Tom Daley knitting thing, did he really knit that? Because that looks like a professional thing. I mean, did it not come like that and he just sewed the arms on? Because that seems like an extraordinary thing, doesn't it? That thing he was wearing wasn't exactly a jumper, and it wasn't, I don't know what it was. It was a sort of like a crossover cardigan with no buttons. But that's a minor detail. I mean, it's the thing of it was just, how did he do that? I don't know how he does anything. I've been to the top of a 10-metre diving board, and I decided to climb back down again. Because leaping off the end seemed like completely insane to me. Why would anybody want to do that? Keith tweets, Nick, if you think park skateboarding is not a sport, you haven't been watching properly. Yes. I saw a bit of skateboarding when they just did one thing and then they stopped. I think maybe it was... I don't know what exactly I was watching, and I thought that was it. They weren't, like, just going around the park doing things. And so what I saw was absolutely rubbish. It was embarrassing. I thought, this cannot possibly be part of the Olympics. It's not anything. So I maybe have missed because I know it was more than one event, and I may have missed the actual interesting part. So I'll take it back and reserve judgment. How does that sound? Chris texts, good on Jennifer Aniston people. Good on Jennifer Aniston. People not taking the vaccine are putting others at risk. Health services under more pressure. I'm proud to be vaccinated. I have cerebral palsy. Some of my carers have refused the jab, and that is depressing. I know my 12-year-old nephew wants the jab ASAP. Can I interest you in some punctuation, Chris?
No.
Paul text, Jacob Smog speaks like the old Pathé newsreels or like the old BBC boys. He does. Well, no, even they didn't used to speak like that. No, nobody in history, apart from, I was corrected, Brian Sewell. He used to speak a bit like that as well. Like that. Kath says, I better keep up with these, because otherwise there's like hundreds left over at the end of the night. This seems to be the way that people are communicating with me now. We do have phones, you know. 0345 6060 973. It's because I prioritise phones. I don't get through the texts. There's a boatload that I missed out from last night. Kath says, Nick, can I just say that in North Wales it has not been hotter and drier than normal. We had nice weather for a week in July, and that's it. Regarding all the flooding, I blame all of the idiots who have gotten rid of real grass and have plastic grass instead. The rain has nowhere to go. Rubbish. Okay, I've seen it once or twice, but how many people have got rid of real grass and put plastic grass down? That's nonsense. And people say, well, it's because they've paved over their driveways. Well, yeah, maybe. I think it's because we haven't updated our infrastructure. The drains. I mean, when do people ever clean the drains anymore? We got fatbergs. Stop putting face wipes down the toilet, people. And hey, restaurants, stop pouring your oil down the drain. Don't do it. Steph texts, I was just looking in last year's diary as you speak, and this time last year it was in the 30s for days. This summer has been so dismal. Yes, it has, Steph. You keep a diary of the weather? Really? Well, I suppose that would be educational. I would quite like to do that. I'd like to look back and say, oh, well, that was a nice week. Oh, lovely, marvellous. You know, something to do as you're sitting in, looking at or hearing the rain lash at the windows. Natalie says, I'm hoping it's true, but even if not, it was still funny. Boris Johnson inspecting the troops while the band played the Imperial March from Star Wars. Really? Really? Did that happen? Boris Johnson inspecting the troops while the band played the Imperial March from Star Wars. Well, the only thing that would be funnier than that is if they did the theme tune from Laurel and Hardy. I would pay money to see that. Natalie says, excellent trolling, but Johnson is hardly Darth Vader. No, Bodge, you're not Darth Vader. He says, more like an amalgam of Jabba the Hutt and Jar Jar Binks. Well, that's actually pretty spot on, yeah. I wonder if either of those can swim.
No.
Boris Johnson nearly drowned after being swept out to sea during his disastrous staycation in Scotland land last year. It has been claimed. Well, if you say it out loud, it becomes a fact these days. Everybody can have their own facts these days. This is from the Super Soaraway Mail today. This is fresh, hot news. The Prime Minister had to be helped back to safety by his concerned protection officers who had watched him float out to sea. His concerned protection officers, also known as do-gooders. No! Bodger floated out to sea like Shamu, and a Japanese whaling ship would have harpooned him if his protection squad hadn't pulled him out. They beached him, scraped the barnacles off him, and he was good to go. He had to cut the break short after the media got hold of the location where he was staying with his current wife, Carrie Simmons, and their son. What's his name, Bodge? Yeah, he'll look into that. Mr. Johnson was left red-faced when it emerged that he and Ms. Simmons had climbed over an 8-foot fence to go glamping on a farmer's land. Trespasser! Lock him up! It's now emerged that the Prime Minister nearly got lost at sea on a paddleboard. A source told The Times, says the Mail, he nearly drowned. He was taken out by the current, he got swept away and found himself going further and further out. Others claim the Prime Minister had to be rescued from a canoe rather than a paddleboard, which is obvious nonsense. There's no way he could squeeze into a canoe. A source told The Times he nearly drowned. He was taken out by the current, he got swept away and found himself going further and further out. He is said to have paddled halfway back to the shore, where he was met by his bodyguards who had stripped off and were swimming towards him. Don't do it, lads. He ain't worth it. A source said it was all fine in the end, but it could have been a catastrophe. Well, it actually was a catastrophe. Apparently he's desperate to get abroad at the moment. They're all going off on their jolly holidays, you know, because all problems have been solved in this country. Yeah, thanks a lot, Boris. You're doing an excellent job solving all of our problems. So great that you can now award yourself a 6-week holiday. Crying out loud. You believe it. He's desperate to get abroad, you know, to patriotically go abroad to somewhere foreign. But his PR people said, whoa, better not. You know, what with given that his popularity rating is about as low as the Croydon cat killer. So what he'll do is probably what he did when he was in Mustique, for his mystery holiday in Mustique. He'll just simply waltz into some billionaire's palace without asking whose it is, because, you know, they always leave their homes open for anyone to help themselves to a 15 grand holiday. It's perfectly normal. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. A phone call? For me? Camden. Hello, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
Last week, when I spoke to you, we ended our conversation too quickly. So
I don't think so.
So the listeners were left with the impression that we are not allowed to have sexual relationships because of the whole situation. But
Wait. Back up. We are not allowed to have sexual relations. You mean one isn't? Not we aren't.
One. Yeah, one. Yeah.
One is not allowed to have sexual relations with somebody else? Or why is that then? Because of the what situation?
Because of the regulations.
Regulations. Something Priti Patel brought in, was it?
Yes. But I wanted to add that one is allowed to have sexual relations, provided that one
takes precautions.
That one stays in a certain position.
Oh, please. I don't think I want to talk about positions.
Which is the socially distanced position.
Yeah, you stay in your flat, and the object of your desire stays in their flat.
Well, 2 meters away is enough.
Right, with a thick wall between you. Yeah. Enjoy.
And also one can spice their love life using masks and everything.
Oh, right, everything. Well, that leaves everything to the imagination. Thank you for leaving everything to the imagination, Claire.
So this is what I wanted to reassure people about.
Right. Well, we only deal with the issues on this show, so thank you for bringing that one up. And I apologise for not allowing you to bring this up last time we spoke. I probably ended the conversation just in time.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Anyway, if you have a nice time, send us a postcard. All right, Claire?
And also, I want to say something else.
Yeah. God, where's this going?
Regarding more recent developments.
Recent developments, yeah.
Yes. This, I forgot his name, the man who went...
Boris Johnson?
Him, and also the man who went to 30 different countries.
Oh, yeah.
Without self-isolating after that.
Yeah. Alok Sharma.
Yes. If money were no object, I would do the same. And after that, if they take me to court, I would sue them to prove that I would be.
Yeah. You're a free person. You're not a number. You're a free person.
to prove that and challenge them to prove that I am able to distribute or carry more viruses than them.
Right. Well, given the tenor of the conversation that we've just had, it's quite possible that you're up to your eyeballs in all sorts of exciting disease. I'm sorry. I apologise. I had no idea I was going to say that.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
It was an accident. Gaz tweets, Nick, a bloke's just walked past our front window, dressed as a duck with a bright yellow beak. You mean he was dressed as a duck with a bright yellow beak, or he was dressed as a duck and he had a bright yellow beak? You have to be clear, Gaz. Higgs tweets, if we all wish together, can we make Rees-Mogg our new Prime Minister? No.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, no. Don't even think of doing that, Higgs, in case by some miracle it comes true. I mean it. Abingdon. Hello, Dean.
Hello.
Dean. Yes, Dean.
Hello there, mate. How you doing?
Yes, good, mate.
Can I... it's about the MP's holidays.
Mm-hmm.
They get, 6 weeks in summer, 2 weeks at Easter and 2 weeks at Christmas.
Yeah, and the rest.
They have no qualifications. They get 85 grand a year.
Mm-hmm.
I wish they'd put them up in the job centre.
What, them jobs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
You
available.
don't need any qualifications.
That's right.
You know, and I think it's scandalous that they get 10 weeks holiday a year.
They get more than that.
Yeah, they probably do, yeah.
They go away for 6 weeks in summer,
and
and then they come back for what they call the conference season, which is 3 weeks away with their hot assistants.
Disgusting.
In adjoining rooms.
Oh, no, it's absolutely scandalous, I think.
It is a scandal.
Yeah.
Still,
And
never mind,
especially
It's just money.
85 grand a year as well, you know.
Yeah, I know. You said that. £85,000 a
sorry.
year. We must be just moments away from them announcing another huge pay rise. They'll say, "Oh, well, you know, we had an independent inquiry into our pay, and it came back as we all need another 10%. Yep, there's nothing we can do about it. We're just going to have to accept it." I mean, the way that this government trolls us, it can only be moments away. They say, well, it's nothing to do with us. It's the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority, or whoever does it. I think it's the IPSA, isn't it? Independent Parliamentary Standards. There aren't any standards in Parliament. James says, just watch the Brian Sewell programme where he travelled around Italy. And you're right. He was always on about buttocks. It was buttocks and feeling sad about Michelangelo. Also found myself sat opposite him on the underground, but he was reading, so I couldn't ask him about the buttocks. Concert. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Great, thanks.
We kind of take much more of these half-wits.
Are you
that Priti Patel is going to deport 30 of them on the 11th of August, right?
30 half-wits?
No, 30 immigrants back to the Caribbean.
Right.
Right? She's saying that they've done that time, but none of them are murderers or anything like that, you know what I mean? So why are they deporting them?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of the cases that you're talking about, but I'll tell you the reason that she's deporting them is because her fans will love it.
Do you know what it is? I feel absolutely sick to the stomach about this country.
It seems to be going to the dogs. Yeah,
the way it's going, mate.
It just took a certain individual 2 short years to turn us into like a kleptocratic oligarchy.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, excellent work, Bodger. 2 years to ruin the country.
The majority of them, they've done their time, right? Some of the majority of them are criminals, right?
Well, I would hope so.
But at the end of the day, mate, you know, if they've done that time... That's what they keep saying in this country. If you've done your time, you know what I mean?
That should be the end of your punishment. That constitutes your punishment.
It's all right for her to turn around and say, right, we're going to let murderers out in this country. You know what I mean? And yet they're going to deport these people.
The reason that they're doing it is because her fans will love it. The cult fans of the regime will love any cruelty to somebody who is who could constitute being a foreigner. They love it more than anything else. So they just chuck them a bone every now and again. The government chucks their cult fans a bone, and they go and savage it to death. So that's what that's about. That's what the chain gang thing is about. That's what putting the criminals in high-vis jackets is about. All of that stuff. It's about saying, I'm gonna, basically. Taking the eye off the fact that it is the fault of the Conservative government that law and order is out the window in this country. They are responsible for reducing the police numbers by about 22,000 during the course of their misrule. Not only that, they reduced the police back office staff by about 23,000. And now those people are vital, of course, for the efficient running of the police force. Not only that, but they have also closed magistrates' courts, which means that if you have a case pending, then you are going to be pending for a good long while, because the backlog is enormous, specifically because of that. They've also closed police stations. They are attacking so-called activist lawyers for upholding the actual law. They have been defunding and fighting the bodies that constitute our fight back on law and order in this country, while saying that we are the party of law and order. And that's the reason that they keep coming up with these eye-catching, headline-making initiatives, is because what they're actually doing is defunding the entire legal process, which means that if you are in want of justice, you can't get it. They want to take your eye off that and dazzle you with luminous jackets and stupid nonsense about chain gangs, because they think, oh, they'll love this. We'll just chuck this. And and next week it'll probably we'll have attack dogs rip people apart at 5 o'clock on Fridays. It'll be in your town square. Prissy Patel will be the warm-up act. Oh, people will just go apoplectic. There'll be queues for tickets around the block. It's just a distraction. That's what it is. That people fall for it is that people fall for it is actually the sad part. That's the part that makes me sad. I mean, ruining the country, yes, it's upsetting. But the sad part is that people whose lives are directly affected by it are voting for it, are insisting that it continues, that the enemy is not the people who are doing it to them, that it's somebody else. Somebody in a dinghy, for instance. So, did that explain it to you, Sean?
The majority of them were born in this country. How dare they, deport people that were born in this country?
Right, okay, still going on about that. I told you the reason that they're doing it. They dare because their fans love it. And it takes the fans' eye off what's actually going on, which is a complete defunding of the entire law and order system in this country. And prisons, and it just goes on and on. Oh, well, never mind. Thanks, Sean. Keith tweets, by the way, I believe the Vapors were a mod band, but they didn't want to admit it in case they lost some fans. But they didn't hurt the Jam, did it? Yeah, or the Who, for that matter, or Rod Stewart. Why would it upset, like mods and rockers? Yeah, I remember it to school. I used to, we used to have to choose between being a mod or a greaser. We didn't have, they didn't call them rockers, they called them greasers, because they didn't wash their hair. Ew. They just got some oil from their leaking motorbike and just, stuck it through their locks. Yeah, you had to choose between being a mod and a greaser. And also at the same time, as that wasn't complicated enough, you had to choose between the Rolling Stones and the Who. And you couldn't have both. You could only have one. And I picked the wrong one. I'll leave that one there. Just dangling in the wind. Scott tweets, Nick, regarding the cabbie who picked up Roger Taylor, I'm a cabbie. I've picked up loads of celebs, he says. Tonight, I didn't pick up a celeb, but I picked up a young lady. We got chatting. I dropped her at Roger Waters' house. Turns out she's his grandkid's nanny. Well, did she give you a tip? Did she, or did she say, share it fairly, but don't take a slice of my pie? Chris texts, Nick, I've been wondering when Jeff Bezos emerges from the cryogenic chamber he inevitably has created to find a devastated, barren Earth inhabited solely by Keith Richards and Dolly Parton. Will he think, why didn't I share? No, I don't think he will, no. Plus, the cryogenic chamber that he inevitably has created won't be on this planet. He does look like, when he got into that rocket, I don't know what he's done to himself, but all billionaires look weird. Have you noticed that? Something about having that much money that just makes you look weird. I mean, they've all got weird hair. For a start, he ain't got any hair at all. He's shaved like a ping pong ball. But billionaires' hair is usually absolutely dreadful. Why do they all have the same hair? Like these massive locks, that like this mullet thing. Like Branson, he's got this mullet thing going on. They all got that same haircut, or they've got no hair at all. But yeah, he did look like an alien off to meet his own people, didn't he? There's just something lizard-like about him. I don't know what it is, but here I am picking a fight with the world's richest man. Here's a call in, who's been waiting the longest? Camden. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Elizabeth.
I had an idea before you shoot me down. Actually, my family and I had an idea.
Yes.
What we thought is that the Queen has missed the trick, and what would help would be to give Brian Blessed a knighthood, and then he could sit in the House of Lords and blow them all away.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd say that, because I wanted to.
Brian Blessed. Yeah, he could just bellow the room empty. Yeah.
Well, he could blow Boris Johnson away, which I would really enjoy.
Right.
I just thought I'd say that because my family approve.
Okay, well, it sounds like you did say it, Elizabeth. As soon as you have another idea, I want you to let me know straight away. That is after you have got put it past your family. This text says, Johnson isn't Darth Vader. There's no way he would admit to being the father. Yeah. Right. It is extraordinary, isn't it? How many children have you got, Prime Minister? Echoing silence. Amazing. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
RJ texts, Evening, Nick. I wonder what Priti Patel would have done if she'd seen Bodger on his paddleboard trying desperately to get back to shore. Send out the warships, probably. Yeah, exactly. Blow him out of the water. Push him back out to sea. That'll teach him. James says, synthetic grass lain correctly drains better and more quickly than the real thing. And Deep Joy needs no cutting.
Want to score some pot?
No, thank you. Just say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
Let's have Regent's Park. Vance.
Hi, Nick.
Vance.
You keep me sane. As you know, you keep millions of people sane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Nick, talking about disinformation, the Times reported that on Wednesday, Macron gave a speech in France, and he was saying, fellow countrymen, you know that the vaccine...
Don't do the accent.
He said, fellow countrymen, you know that the vaccine was invented by a Frenchman, Louis Pasteur. That's a load of bollocks. It was invented by Edward Jenner 100 years earlier.
Yeah, there's a statue of him, is there not, in Hyde Park, up by that sort of Italianate gardens. He's the not typhoid. The what did he do again? It's written on the plaque. I tried to commit it to memory, but I forgot it almost 2 seconds after reading it. It was it was about the water, wasn't it? Wasn't he the water bloke?
No. That was Jon Snow. That was later.
Oh, right.
Jon Snow was cholera.
Right.
But it was Edward Jenner who actually took pustules from cowpox sufferers and found that inoculated smallpox.
I apologise, ladies and gentlemen. He just said pustules.
Yes. I'm sorry about that, but that was the word they used at the time. But my second point, Nick, you were saying that, this lot who govern us, they sort of throw out these eye-catching initiatives, and they're meaningless. Priti Patel this week, she was talking about her new legislation to process immigrants on islands off the mainland. Do you have any idea what islands she's referring to?
I don't know, but you people on the Isle of Man, get ready.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Lundy Island, but that's got puffins. It could be Canvey Island.
As long as it's not got,
Londoners.
as long as it's not got pustules. Puffins is okay. Pustules, right out.
Okay. Take care, Nick.
All right, thanks a lot, Vance. Here's the information on Edward Jenner. Hot new news on Edward Jenner. The first English physician and scientist who pioneered the concept of vaccines, including the smallpox vaccine, the world's first vaccine. The terms vaccine and vaccination are derived from, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really make any difference, so who cares? But anyway, it was a British invention by a British person, and he stuck it in British people. Jim texts, was Boris intercepted by a French patrol vessel and then returned to Britain? Steve says, I have to say the new government travel traffic light system is far simpler. Green, amber, red, man, woman, person, camera, TV. If you get to the border, you get extra points.
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
Yeah, for him it was very, very easy.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points. Like a stable genius.
Oh, shut up!
He's going to run again, apparently, because nobody can be more presidential than him.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Nobody can be more presidential than him. He's got a strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
His strategy is to walk on stage and say,
what the hell is going on?
At first I was amused, then I was petrified. But if he comes back for, like a comeback tour, it may be briefly amusing, and then I think fear will start, will reintroduce itself. Because don't forget,
the American dream is dead.
Yeah, maybe he'll get Kanye to be his running mate.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
I couldn't have said it better myself. The ding-dong may be back.
Ding-bong.
Precisely. And his fans, they are, they're beside themselves. Shuvik texts, if Claire is going to criticise Alok Sharma for travelling on business, she could at least do him the courtesy of remembering his name. Both Alok Sharma and Boris Johnson should self-isolate if pinged and take PCR tests. They are not above anyone else. That is precisely what they are. They are above everyone else. They insist on it. But people keep writing newspaper articles about, it's just disgraceful. It's almost like there's one rule for us and one rule for them. Are you kidding me? Of course there's one rule for... Well, there's all of the rules for us and none of the rules for them. Can we stop pretending that this comes as a surprise every time they do it? They'll say things like, you're almost invited to believe that that this government has engaged in corruption. Right. Andy says, "Hey Nick, have you heard the story of Boris Johnson's dog?" No, I have not, Andy. Would you like to tell me about it? He says, Dylan is struggling to take control of its romantic urges and Boris is concerned about him. It looks like Dylan is picking from Boris's government ministers. Well, selecting them as they're coming through the door. What, seeing which leg to, have its doggy way with. Oh, terrible. Well, not Smug, not Jacob Rees-Smug. If he had his way with Jacob Rees-Smug's leg, he might actually saw himself in half. Ron says, is it right that England is sending firefighters to Greece to help out? So much for the EU, says Ron. Two things, Ron. First, you're an idiot. Second, are you really so ideologically opposed to the European Union? Have you bought this line that it's the EU that is holding us back to such an extent that you will not countenance the idea of helping people who are on fire? Oh, did I mention that you're an idiot? We're not the only country that's sending help. It's a country in need. I mean, you might want to go there on holiday at some point in the future, Ron. Aaron texts, say hello to all your listeners stuck in their tents on raincation in the UK. Yes, I have a message for you. A tent? What do you want to do that for? Randall emails, Boris Johnson considers demoting Rishi Sunak after the Chancellor called for easing of travel restrictions ahead of the relaxations being announced. Raab also avoiding travel rules for isolation. News for you, Nick. No, I know about that. It's not news for me. I know about that. Of course, number 10 will deny, oh, no, everything's completely fine. We're all on the same page. Pah! He's not going to demote Rishi Sunak. He might want to, but it's gone too far. Too late now, Bodger. Shouldn't have stuck him in that job in the first place, eh? Big mistake. Huge. He's going to flick Bodger out of number 10 at some point. I betcha. That would take an enormously strong finger, though, wouldn't it? Flicking him. No offence. Jim emails, hi Nick, if the Houses of Parliament had a register, then when the MPs don't turn up for work, someone can ring their parents. That's right. Yeah. Taking a register. Johnson. Paw! Smug.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
He sounds like the air being let out of bagpipes. You know, when somebody puts the bagpipes down and then the air just is expelled out of them.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
It's a good job that the good people of the North voted Conservative to spare us from the elite. Good work, people. I'm giving you a thumbs up. Of course, it doesn't work on the radio. Let's have Tottenham. Tom.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Tom.
Yeah, you were talking about Trump is getting him in order, and I just thought about a kid getting a green.
Wow, it sounds like I'm talking to the Daleks.
Oh, God, is my phone going again?
A little bit,
yes.
yes.
Can I hear you okay? Can you hear me now?
You are coming through loud as a bell. And clear, too. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll try. It's Trump with his getting him in order, I think. It's like a kid with a green... You know, they give you the green star sticker or a gold star if you do really well.
Yeah, a gold star.
Yeah, if you do really well.
Mm-hmm.
And it just sounds rather tragic. And
Yes.
you could feel sorry for him.
Not really, if he wasn't such
yes,
a...
exactly.
you know.
If it wasn't so very scary and
Yes.
serious.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's dangerous.
He is dangerous.
Okay, well, I had a couple of other thoughts. That was about it, but I had a couple of other thoughts, which is just to do with this terrible disease that's hit everybody. But I kind of figured, well, it could be the big one, which takes a quarter of us or something, a third of us out of the game.
MERS, like MERS. If MERS was as transmissible as the invisible menace that we're dealing with at the moment, then, well, all life on Earth would come to an end, pretty much. Everything would stop completely. I mean, it would make what we've just gone through seem like a tea party.
I actually thought this when it came in. I said to somebody at the bus stop, on the last gig I did before this hit, which was on the 12th of March, 2020. Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Yeah.
But...
trying to keep up with what year it is very, very confusing. Yeah.
Well, it's been a weird year. I mean, it's just that other people have said that to me. Their time, whether they had... Anyway, yeah, I just figured, there's absolutely no reason why something shouldn't come along and just completely lay it to waste. But good God, look what this did. And,
yeah, don't worry, Tom. There's going to be some, there's a string of volcanoes that are about to explode, and it'll burn us alive, and then a massive tsunami caused by melting greenhouse, not melting greenhouse gases, but the Greenland ice melt is going to cause us all to drown to death.
I know, it's just, the world is burning and flooding.
Yeah, flooding at the same time, yeah.
Yes, it's disastrous. But, don't worry about it, because we're all full of pride. You hear it all the time. We're very proud of this.
Well, I hope you're speaking to me in front of a flag. Because if not, then I think I think our conversation must come to an end immediately.
I tell you what, they could actually do something about this if they would just stop fighting and being so obsessed with their religions and their nations, et cetera, because you better be damn sure, unless they stop, which they won't, they can't do anything about it because they're in such competition all the time. Yeah. Listen, I think I should go and let you get on with your radio show, sir.
Tom, you sound like a hippie.
Are you impressed? Are you impressed with my sobriety? I don't usually ring you unless I'm drunk. Believe me.
This is you sober, is it? Okay, excellent work. Thanks a lot, Tom. I appreciate your abstemiousness.
Booze.
Exactly. Or some other substance. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, flags. Oh, my God, we are obsessed with flags in this country. The government has spent more than... I touched on this yesterday. I touched it. The government has spent more than £163,000 on Union flags in 2 years as part of its drive to boost pride in the national symbol, says the Daily Mail. No. The government has spent more than £163,000 on Union flags in 2 years as part of its drive to make it appear that to criticise the dear leader and his band of merry thieves is to be unpatriotic. That's the reason they're so obsessed with the flag, and it's the reason that it's the inspiration for everything they do. Donald Trump used to surround himself with flags. It's classic authoritarian government stuff. It's worked a treat with all the worst regimes in history. The ones on the History Channel. It's just a couple of steps away from having a portrait of the dear leader 2 stories high in every town square in the land. It's so easy. Make everything a patriotism contest. Pin or fly the flag on everything you do, and it will appear as though you are acting in the interest of the country. I mean, look, there's the Union Jack right there, behind the Prime Minister of the day. So they must be doing right by us. It's another distraction technique. Just like the culture wars that they have to constantly refresh with some other perceived outrage. And Meghan Markle comes in handy too, as a target for the flailing fury of the permanently aggrieved. I'll talk about her in a while. Hey, you know what? I haven't mentioned chips. Don't let me leave here without talking about chips. Yeah, Meghan Markle. I mean, she released a video of her drinking tea, and it was written up as the worst assault that the Queen had ever suffered. Look at that, Cruella de Markle. She's smiling while drinking tea. That evil witch. How could she? Boo! So the government has spent more than £163,000 on flags. And they spent £1 million painting their own plane and £75 million hiring another one because, what with us being so important, we can't just have one plane for the regime. We've got to have two. And then there's the £250 million Tory party boat, which won't be £250 million at all. You know as well as I do, it'll be £550 million, arrive 5 years late, and sink. I mean, they already went from it'll be 200 million to it'll be 250 million in about the same time as it took the Queen to say that she didn't want it. That must have come as a shocker. Because the Tories were going to use the Queen as a defence shield. I mean, she would have been perfect cover. They would have just batted aside any complaints from us poor dopes who are paying for it by saying, oh, it's for Her Majesty, who pines for her old boat. And before you could say all who sails in her, they'd be buying the champagne and putting their boat shoes on expenses and booking youthful busty assistants to try out the stripper pole. What happens on the yacht stays on the yacht, eh, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Meanwhile, spending on flags has increased in virtually every Whitehall department since Bodger Johnson became Prime Minister. The Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport spent £54,420.89 last year alone, which seems weirdly specific, doesn't it? The Ministry of Defence has forked out a rounder £118,000 on flags since the start of 2018. £118,000. The Cabinet Office has spent more than £3,000 since the start of 2018, with just under £2,000 funding the purchase of 8 flags in the most recent financial year. 8.
What?
8 flags for £2,000. What are they made of? The same material that's on the cushions that Boris Johnson's current wife ordered. In March, the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, the Department for Getting Free Tickets to Shows, published new guidance calling for the flag to be flown every day above government buildings. Of course they did. It's like putting a coat of paint on a derelict house. I mean, it might look nice, might brighten the place up a bit, might make some people happy to see it, but it doesn't really solve any of the problems associated with that building, does it? I mean, if we can't fund social care, and we can't give pensioners a decent living, and the NHS is falling on its face, and the nurses don't get a pay rise, and education is failing those that can't afford to go to Eton, and the police have been defunded, and the legal system is collapsing, then a jolly standard on top of a government building isn't going to help much, is it? So it's not for patriotic purposes, because if they actually cared about the country, they might have fixed at least one of those problems in the last 11 years. I mean, they've been in power twice as long as Labour since the Second World War. And apparently, nothing is their fault. So the plan seems to be to just let it all slide and then put a flag on it and dare anyone to criticise it, because that would be criticising the flag, and that's traitorous. You know, this is a story in the Daily Mail, and I often read the comment section because, I like to get frightened. It's exciting. And the top-rated comment when I looked was, as you'd expect, furious shouting about patriotism. But the second top-rated comment, surprisingly, was this. Funny how there's always money for empty gestures like this, or $250 million for a boat even the royals don't want or need. Never any money for things that matter to the majority of the country, like proper social care, or feeding school children, or providing support for our ex-soldiers, or the homeless. That was the second top-rated comment in the Mail. Well, you can colour me amazed. Maybe I'm amazed. Get Paul McCartney on the phone. He can sing it for us. Right now, I mean it.
Rock and roll!
Ben texts, in Aberdeen, greasers and rockers were called smellies. I was a mod, says Ben. I washed my hair in coconut-smelling niceness. Well, you want to watch that, Ben? You go out smelling like a coconut tree, and a monkey might try to climb you. Cat texts, hey, Nick, when I was a kid, my auntie's mother was Ringo Starr's housekeeper, and he used to give us kids hand-me-downs. That's my claim to fame, says Cat. Well, what did he hand down? Did you keep it, Cat? Could be worth a fortune. What did he hand you down? It wasn't a set list, was it? Pop it in the post. I'll give you my address at the end of the show. Emma says, please tell us about the chips. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will. As long as somebody reminds me to tell you about the chips, I will. Here is Cumbria. Hello, Toby.
Oh, yeah, that was why I rang up.
Well, if only somebody would remind me about the chips, then I'd tell you.
I'm intrigued.
Right. I thought you were in Cumbria. These are the jokes, folks. Funny, no?
No.
No.
Well, I'll ring you back in an hour.
Yeah, all right, ring me back in an hour. Okay. Thanks a lot, Toby. 0345 6060 973. She was intrigued. Linda says, hello, Nick. May I ask you a question? No, but thanks for asking, Linda. Here's a call in... Oh, here's another one. Please tell us the worrying news about lovely chips, says Linda. Well, if only somebody would remind me to, then I would. That's all I'm asking. Portsmouth. Hello, David.
Hi there. Yeah.
Hello
good
there.
evening, Nick.
Yes.
Very, very nice to hear you. You make me cackle every evening, every weekend.
You can get a cream for that, you know.
Well, apparently, yeah, there is an unction. Anyway, I was just thinking about the Conservative government and what they stand for. And I was just saying to your colleague on the reception desk there.
Yeah, my receptionist.
It's just so funny. Yes, well, I don't know her name. I'm sure she's lovely. But they conserve nothing but their own lifestyles. That's the problem. They call themselves conservatives because they just conserve their own lifestyles, and to hell with the rest of us.
There is truth in that. They don't actually conserve at all. I mean, they're incredibly wasteful.
They don't conserve anything.
They lead lives of absolute luxury. There's no conserving, the world's precious resources with them. And neither are they conservative small c.
The Conservative Party, yes.
I think they pretend to be. They cloak themselves in the
in flags. In flags.
They cloak themselves in the appearance of being conservative, small c.
Yeah.
But they actually aren't at all.
Well, I remember some weeks ago you actually mentioned something about the Union flag as being basically a piece of cloth nailed onto a stick, I think it was. And
well, that's right, isn't it?
And, well, I have the misfortune sometimes to watch breakfast television.
Oh, no.
And yes, I know, it's pretty sad because I'm sort of unemployable old man. And I've seen Grant Shapps sitting in some study, and he seems to have a Royal Air Force flag hanging in the background. Now, I was in the Royal Air Force as a young man.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think Grant Shapps has ever served a day in the Royal Air Force. And yet he seems to have the flag there, and I'm not quite sure why he's doing it. Maybe he got the flags wrong. Maybe he's not sure what he got. I sort of think, well, hang on a minute, man, that's not the flag. You weren't in the Air Force, man. And anyway, it doesn't matter, but I'm just making a point about what you say about they'll run up some pennant on some shabby stick above a building.
I'm just looking up whether he actually was in the Air Force, and I don't think that he was.
I don't think he was at all, but he is Minister of Transport, of course.
Yeah.
So, of course, he knows all about aeroplanes.
Sure he does.
Apparently.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
He did start life working as a photocopier sales rep, so, at least he has that.
Really? Well, that's devastating. I had no idea.
All right, thanks a lot, David. At least you're laughing. Well, you got a laugh, didn't you? Yeah, he used to sell photocopiers, so, we're lucky to have him. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Gary tweets, Roger Taylor is the world's best drummer in my humble opinion. If not, he certainly is up there with the best of them and an all-round decent chap to boot, says Gary. World's best drummer. I don't know about that. I think the world's best drummer is probably in a jazz band. I don't think rock and roll, four to the floor. I don't think that really constitutes difficult drumming. That's just keeping time, that is. I mean, of all the rock and rollers that were drummers, the one that sticks out to me, of all of them, is Keith Moon. Nobody drummed like him, and nobody has since. It's completely unique. The sound that he created made it... It was kind of like a drum kit being thrown down the stairs, a little bit. Like the Rolling Stones sound like a band falling down the stairs, but Keith Moon did sound like he was, he chucked his kit down some steps. There's just so many fills and just weird things he did. But on top of that, he was Keith Moon. And I don't recall ever seeing or hearing of a drummer who was more entertaining than him. I mean, it was just so exciting. I saw the Ooh in 1976, something like that. The Ooh Put the Boot In tour. Oh, God, it was absolutely thrilling. No drummer has ever come close to me, for entertainment value. But for actual skill with the drums, that is going to have to be a jazzer, I think. Just got to be. And I bet 97% of this audience are going, ugh, jazz music, ugh. Boring. But I've heard that so many times. And people who say that need to be corrected. If to say that you don't like jazz is the same as saying you don't like music, stop saying that. I mean it. Don't make me come over there. Toby tweets, what's this about chips then? Stop asking me about chips. I'll tell you about the chips when somebody reminds me to tell you about the chips. I can't believe it. This is precisely what I was talking about, and then the government illustrates it for me. Thank you for illustrating it for me. Dog and cat nappers will face up to 5 years in jail under new laws to tackle the big rise in pet theft. This is new news. Animal abduction will officially become a criminal offence which officially recognises domestic creatures as more than just property. Oh, thank you, Pretty Patel. You have saved us. Fun fact, as you might expect, stealing a pet is already a criminal offence. Of course it bloomin' well is. Stealing a pet is a criminal offence under the Theft Act 1968. Offenders face a maximum penalty of 7 years in prison. If someone causes an animal to suffer in the cause of stealing it from its owner, then they are also liable to prosecution for offences under the Animal Welfare Act of 2006. Exactly what I was talking about. Don't do anything about the law. Don't do anything about the crime wave that has gone untreated under the last 11 and a half years of Tory misrule, because they've reduced the police numbers, they've reduced the police back office numbers, they've reduced the numbers of magistrates' courts, they've reduced the numbers of police stations, they've reduced the numbers, etc., and so the amount that is available for legal aid, and etc., and so on. They've completely ruined the system from top to bottom. And their response is to enact another law that we already have. Rather than using the law they've already got, they make another law that says, right, now we're going to make it illegal to steal pets. Of course it's already illegal to steal your blooming pet. How could it not be? And people think, thank goodness for the Conservatives. They're making it illegal. Finally, it's illegal to steal somebody's pet. Don't do anything about the problem. Just tell people that you are going to do something about the problem. It obviates the need to, actually do something. Linda says, hello, Nick. May I ask you... Oh, I've read that. Another one bleating on about chips. I told you, I will tell you about the chips when somebody reminds me. Daryl says, we seem to have a problem with prime ministers becoming stranded at sea and in need of rescue. That's why we need a £200 million meaningful boat. I've said this about that boat before. Imagine that you're a diplomat or, some bazillionaire who is important enough for the government to come knocking at your door. You will be probably at a trade show, because that's where they're going to rock up when they're not just having a party on it. So they'll go to a trade show once in a while to justify the expense of building the thing in the first place. And at a trade show, all of the stands, all of the people that are doing business will be in one place, probably in a conference centre attached to a 5-star hotel. What we're going to do is say, well, we don't have it here, but we've got it on a boat. It's in the docks, that area of the town where it's not wise to walk alone. Yeah, we'll take you all the way over there, away from everything else that you're doing here, and we'll stick you on a small boat. You won't be able to see the view from the boat because some oligarch's much bigger boat will be blocking the view. Would you like to come? And they'll say, No. They'll say, no, can you bring it to us? Because we're here doing business, you stupid morons. Oh, my God. It's just painful. It is actually, I'm in pain right now. People are going to be just laughing at us. Oh, God, here comes the British again. They think they're the big I am because they've got themselves a boat. It's excruciating. Anybody that is important enough to get invited onto our small boat is not going to be impressed by a boat of any size. They've been on boats before. It's not going to make them reach into their pockets and write us a cheque. What's the point? I'll give in. 0345 6060 973. Stephen tweets, hi Nick, Boris Johnson is quite witty. The camera likes him. His vocabulary is good, he's well spoken. However, he couldn't boil an egg, and in a pandemic that is a definite snag. Incompetence is suspiciously a monster drawback in a crisis like COVID. Yeah, or just running a country. The thing with him is, the reason that he's in that position is that he is unaccountably popular with people who think that that by voting for him, they're sticking it to the elites. That's probably his greatest trick that he's pulled off. Trying to persuade poor people that voting for him and his billionaire backers would be sticking it to the elites of the Labour Party. I mean, it's like a magic trick. I don't know how they've done it. It's like hypnosis or something. Maybe Yuri Spoonbender has got something to do with it. But they pulled that trick off because he's got likability. But you know what? That likability, it's it's like a meal of pudding. At first you think, wow, great, chocolate pudding, for starters. And then a much bigger plate of chocolate pudding for your main course. You think, oh, okay, I'll get through it because I like chocolate pudding. And then for dessert, you get chocolate pudding. And you think, oh my God, I never want to see chocolate pudding again for the rest of my life. I think that's where we are with Boris Johnson right now. Boris Johnson is chocolate pudding. I mean, his popularity ratings have gone through the floor. I think only there's only like two people, I think, in the whole of the Conservative in the cabinet that are less popular than Boris Johnson is right now, and one of them's Gavin Bloomin' Williamson. Yeah, that guy. If it wasn't for him, Boris Johnson would be the least popular person in cabinet, and I think that was according to a poll of Conservative Home, like a website where Conservative people get to. I've got no idea what they do. I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to find out. But these are actual Conservative voters. These are people who are obsessed with the Conservative Party. They can't stand you, Bodge. He had something like a 3% positivity rating, which was like virtually the worst of anybody in the cabinet. Rishi Sunak is going to flick him out of number 10 at some point, I bet you. Because once his popularity goes, that's all he's got. I mean, he's like Donald Trump in the respect of having a strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. It's just bumbling along, diving into the dressing-up box, getting your photograph taken, glad-handing some yokel, and then bombing back off again. That's his strategy. I mean, do you think that he came to power with a plan to make Britain great again? I mean, come on. Everything he's done so far has enfeebled us. God, there was an excellent column. I might I'll read you a bit of it, if you're really good, called a bloke called Chris Gray. I may well have retweeted it. It was a column by Chris Gray on his blog called Britain's Brexit Slow Puncture. And the upshot of that was that Brexit is not going to be some like calamitous cliff edge that we're going to fall over and think, oh my God, this is awful. It's just going to be tiny little drips of misery, such that you won't really notice. I mean, we don't have two countries. This is not like a controlled experiment. We haven't got GB with Brexit and GB without, so we can compare and contrast exactly what it's going to be like. And then you got COVID in the mix, and they'll blame COVID for everything that they can't blame the evil EU empire for. But our future is like a slow puncture. I mean, it's happened already, but you don't really notice it because everything else is weird right now. Of course, if you're trying to import or export stuff, then you'll notice. If your business depends on getting goods either out or into the country, you'll notice for sure. But most of us won't. I mean, some shelves will be empty, and it's like, oh, well, it's just the weird times we're going through. You don't compare what they are experiencing in Germany or France. There's no shelves empty in Germany or France. It's not COVID, So that's our future. It's just like a slow diminution from the status that we once had, like a narrowing of our horizons, a gradual slip into a poorer future. But I suppose that's what we voted for, because we knew what we were voting for. I must have been told that about 1 million times. Andy says, did you know that in his first jaunt into politics, Jacob Rees-Mogg ran in Fife? Did you know that in his first jaunt into politics, Jacob Rees-Mogg ran in Fife, where he travelled around the area in a Bentley accompanied by his nanny? True story. Well, it's a bit... Is that a story? Or is it just like a jumble of words? Does somebody want to put that in an order that makes sense?
No.
OK, just asking. Kay says, with Boris Johnson floating off to sea, his pipe dream of Boris Island had, albeit only for a few minutes, come true. That's right. Yeah. Boris Johnson floating on sea on a lilo could be mistaken for a landmass. That is true. Let's have Crawley. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Paul.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, Paul.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Marvellous. I wanted to ring up about I caught the tail end of a conversation about drummers.
Yeah.
And you said about what's the best drummer. Keith Moon, of course, is one of the best of all time.
Yeah, most entertaining. Yeah.
Most entertaining, and his performance on Rock and Roll Circus, on a quick one, is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
But the drummer who is widely considered is a drummer called, one of the best drummers of all time, it's not the best drummer, is a drummer called Vinnie Colaiuta. And he played with Frank Zappa. And Frank Zappa called him an alien, and he is. And he also played with Sting, Herbie Hancock, and other people as well. And he's just baffles other drummers for years what he does behind the drum set. I've played drum professionally before. I was ill, but yeah. So you had Keith Moon in the 60s, Ginger Baker, of course, Mitchell.
Oh, please, Ginger Baker. Oh, my God. We have to put that to the rest. Ginger Baker was so annoying on the drums. At Cream, with the band Cream, he used to do like a 10 or 15-minute drum solo. Absolutely no one has ever wanted to hear a 15-minute drum solo. Ever. At all. In history. Painful. Plus,
really?
I understand that he was a pretty awful person as well.
Well, I mean, I won't go into drum solos because I used to do one myself.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that. Trust me, nobody wants to hear a drum solo. Just keep time. And all right, thanks a lot, Paul. 0345 6060 973. See, Charlie Watts, he knows how to play the drums. Charlie Watts could play the drums for the Rolling Stones in his sleep. In fact, it does look like he's sleeping most of the time. No fills, no nothing. He's got I think he's got a snare drum and a bass drum and a hi-hat, and that's it. He must be the richest drummer in the world, and his drum kit is like a kid's starter kit. Whereas other people of his ilk will surround themselves with about 86,000 They've got drums and gongs and bells and cowbells and all of the rest of it. It's not helping. It doesn't make you a better drummer, just keep spending money. No, Ginger Baker. God, people just keep... Maybe it's because he threatened them with violence. But people just keep saying that he was the greatest drummer. He's not. He was absolutely dreadful. I'm not saying he couldn't drum. I'm saying that he was painful to listen to. No one wants to hear a drum solo. I mean, he got an applause at the end because people were just so relieved that he'd stopped. Rob says, for goodness sake, Nick, what's happening with chips? I've had my salt and vinegar at the ready, says Rob. Well, you can put that away for a start, Rob. I've got bad news. Oh, all right then. Chips. Hang on a minute. I'll take this call first. Peterborough.
Yeah, don't call me.
Peterborough. Hello, Louisa.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Louisa.
How are you? I haven't spoken to you for a while.
Haven't I been lucky?
Right, how's the chips going? So what's wrong with the chips?
I'm doing it. I'm doing it now. What's the point of calling me to tell me to do it when I'm doing it?
Yes. What's wrong with chips then? Are they homemade chips or are they oven chips?
Okay. That's where I draw the line. Unless they're advertising with us, in which case it's an excellent snack and everyone should have some at the ready. But what? Why would you need? Wait a minute. Why would you need pre-cut chips? I mean, for crying out loud, how lazy are you?
I make my own homemade ones, though.
Of course.
Yeah, I've got a chip fryer, but what's wrong with chips then, Nick?
I love chips. There's nothing wrong with chips.
I prefer gratin potatoes, though.
Oh. Do you mean you like chips with cheese grated on them? Is that what you mean?
Well, actually, yes, that would be quite nice.
That would be quite nice.
Yeah, no, it is really nice, especially if you melt the cheese on them. Yum, yum, isn't it?
I think we've just invented cheese chips.
So, fabulous. It's lovely to talk to you again. I haven't spoke to you for ages.
Yeah, well, so you said. Yeah, I don't recall our previous conversation, but was it about chips?
Oh, it was about me making money. We can't make money, can we?
Oh, and how's that going, by the way, making money?
How's Bodger, anyway? Bodger's a nightmare.
Yeah, well, he's going on holiday, so we won't be bothered by him.
Where's he going?
For a couple of weeks. It's probably going to be a secret, but it'll be some billionaire's hideout, no doubt.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Not.
Yeah, for him, yeah.
Yeah, for him, yeah.
And I'm sure he'll be paying his way, because that's what he's known for.
Do you know what I need you to do? I would really love you to do this for me tonight. All right, yeah.
You mean play that clip of Carol McGiffin?
Yes, please. Could you do that for me?
Absolutely not. But,
please do.
But
Carol McGiffin is brilliant. Oh, please do it to me. Please, I beg you.
Louisa, begging isn't helping.
No, all right, I'll ask you.
Right. Okay, well, I'll think about it. How's that?
Don't think about it, do it.
Another satisfied customer. All right, thanks a lot, Louisa. But it does remind me that I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, in which the delightful Carol McGiffin and I try to solve people's problems while maintaining a straight face.
Oh, right, yeah.
And fail on every count.
Yeah.
If you would like us to solve your problem, send it to the following address. nickandcarol@global.com. That's nickandcarol@global.com. And prepare to be completely satisfied. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? If you have an hour, because it comes out on Monday, it's about an hour. If you've got an hour and you wish to be amused, it'll be right up your alley. Ain't that right, Carol?
What?
Up their alleys, I said. Ask for it by name on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? Now, look at the time. See, talking to that woman who wanted me to tell you about the chips, now she's taken up so much time, I haven't got the time to tell you about the chips. So I'll have to fill till the news. No, I'll tell you about it afterwards, I promise. James says, if Boris wants to stop all refugees coming to Britain, all he's got to do is build a wall around Britain. A simple solution. Well, I know a bloke who knows all about that.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
He's building a wall. Frank says, good evening, Nick. I have it on good authority that Boris is planning to bring back 1920s-style workhouses for the poor that he has created. I can't believe that they actually had the nerve to do that pet thing. Oh, well, in answer to this terrible problem that has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that we've been in power for the last 11 and a half years and defunded the police and closed police stations and shut magistrates' courts, and there's a backlog for justice from here to the moon and back. Nothing to do with us, having done that for the last 11 years. Because people's pets are getting nicked. So we are now, henceforth, making it illegal to steal people's pets. There you are. Problem solved. Except that it's already illegal to steal people's pets. Of course it blooming well is. God. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I am shocked. I mean, talk about your perfect example of what I was saying earlier on. Don't do anything. Just say you're going to do anything. Say you'll do something, and that obviates the need to, actually do something. Just tell people that you're going to enact a new law, or that you're going to put people in chain gangs, or you're going to have to get them to wear a high-vis jacket, or some other stupid headline-grabbing stuff like that. And their fans will think, yeah, that's right, stick it to them. Small problem. We don't have the police to solve the problem, to solve the crimes that we have at the moment. And even if we did, we don't have the magistrates' courts to put those people through the legal process. It's just, I don't recognise this country anymore. Honestly, it only took him 2 years. That's all, just 2 short years. Again, it's already illegal to steal people's pets. How can anybody imagine that it's not? Oh, yeah, we're going to bring in a new law. We're going to make it illegal to kill people. From this moment on, your caring Conservative Party is going to make it illegal to kill people. There you are. Problem solved. I am in shock. Alexander tweets, it sounds like you're describing a car dealership when you talk about the government saying it's not their fault. Yeah. Yes. A second-hand car dealership, I think you mean. Andy says, I hear the Swiss government is thinking of copying Bodger by investing in flags. They think it will be a big plus. Oh. Oh, my God. It's a listener with material.
Oh, no.
Oh, Struth, that took me a second. I feel so stupid. Thanks a lot, Andy. You've shown me up my own show. Robbie says, I suggest for this new yacht's inaugural voyage, we cram it full of the UK cabinet and Piers Morgan and Katie Hopkins and then sail it through the Gulf of Aden. Good idea, Robbie. Let's get it done. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. You good?
Yes, good, thanks.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't know whether you picked up. Dominic
Mike, are you in the kitchen?
Bathroom.
Huh?
Bathroom.
In the bath? Get us out the bathroom. Oh, my God.
Disgusting.
Did you notice Dominic Raab's done an Alex Sharma? And
Mike, are we still in the bathroom?
Not anymore.
Are you lying about that?
No, we're in the hall now.
Why were we in the bathroom?
Because I was going to clean the teeth.
Well, thank goodness for that. Phew. that news comes as a tremendous relief because of all of the possibilities that could be going on in there. That's the least awful prospect.
I thought so.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, Dominic Raab nipped over to France, which is an Amber Plus country, came back, no self-isolation, had a meeting with Princess Anne 2 days later, no mask. They're all at it.
Well, yes, they are all at it. Yeah, I mean, this is not news. But let's go past the point at which we're surprised that there is no rules for them and all of the rules for us.
Absolutely.
It's not it's not even that there's one rule for them and one rule for us. It's that there's one rule for us and no rules for them.
However, moving on a bit, on to Fishy Rishi, the Sunday papers are absolutely full of the fact that Boris has threatened to demote him to Health Secretary.
Yeah, let's make this absolutely clear, shall we? Boris Johnson is not going to demote Fishy Sunak to Health Secretary. Not now, not ever, never. Fishy Sunak is way more popular with Tory voters than Bodger Johnson is at the moment. He would be signing his own death warrant because Fishy Sunak will say, no thanks, and he'll walk out to do a swift pivot to come back and kick Bodger out of number 10 because the backbenchers won't stand for it. I betcha, nothing of the sort happens. Fishy Sunak is not going to get removed from his post.
I absolutely agree with your analysis on that.
Because I tell you what, he doesn't need the job. I mean, he used to be a banker. No! He's got loads of money. He then married a billionaire's daughter. He could walk out of a number 11 and into any bank in the city and they would bury him up to his eyeballs in money. He doesn't need that job.
Absolutely. No, I quite agree with your analysis. You're absolutely spot on. And last thing, on the point of chips, you're missing the big thing here, because the biggest thing with chips is that the automotive industry is desperate for chips because all the high-quality chips have been diverted to the entertainment industry because all the teenagers have been locked in with COVID, and so they've had a boom on Xboxes, everything.
Yeah, well, you try taking an Xbox away from a kid. And you better duck and cover. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. OK, you want to hear about chips? I'll give you chips. Get ready, because you're not going to like it. The UK is facing a shortage of chips. Not the thing in your computer or your phone. It's much worse than that. The UK is facing a shortage of chips due to the high demand for British potatoes from the continent. What? Experts predict our crop will be in short supply after floods decimated potato production in Europe. A report revealed frozen chips are likely to be particularly affected, with a warning of steep price rises. The evil European socialist superstate is nicking our spuds. Of course, you realise this means war, but it's worse than that. Because there are also fears that the traditional British Christmas dinner could be under threat this year from potato shortage and a dip in poultry production. Oh my God, they're going to steal Christmas. Pubs and eateries planning for December have been advised to order early or plan alternatives to the traditional turkey roast dinner. Alternatives to turkey. On Jesus' birthday! Lynx Purchasing is a UK purchasing company that uses a network of suppliers to get better prices on food and drinks and catering equipment and utilities and other services. Their summer market update report said a perfect storm of soaring inflation, labour shortages, environmental disasters, Brexit, rising distribution and fuel costs, and the continuing impact of COVID-19 will trigger ongoing food shortages and spiralling bills. Did they mention labour shortages and Brexit?
Yes.
And the labour shortages are because of Brexit?
Affirmative.
Rachel Dobson, Managing Director at the Catering and Hospitality buying firm, said, "The recent floods in Europe have affected potato growers and processors in the region, with varieties grown for frozen chips particularly affected, meaning that UK pubs and restaurants serving popular dishes like fish and chips could find their usual supply is not able to deliver." She said the shortage abroad is likely to have a knock-on effect on availability of UK-grown potatoes, and come Christmas, we could find that the roast potato is in short supply. So we ain't got no fish and chips and no roasties with our Christmas dinner. Belgium, Germany and Holland are among countries hit by catastrophic flooding last month. The flooding killed at least 228 people and destroyed homes and businesses. 20,000 hectares of farming land were damaged in the extreme weather. And a report from the Irish Farmers Association this week said that the continent's potato crop has been badly affected by rain and floods. And the UK's supply isn't great because it comes after two poor harvests in 2018 and 2019, caused by heavy rainfall following heat waves. Climate change. Brexit and climate change have stolen our chips. How's Brexit going, by the way?
Brexit's going great.
Shut up. 0345 6060 973. There you are. I told you wouldn't like it. Chips? No. Why is this happening to me? Lauren emails, Nick, Keith Richards once climbed a coconut tree and then he fell out. He is so rock and roll. Yeah, he fell out and then he had to go to hospital, didn't he? But nothing can hurt Keith Richards. I think he's indestructible. You know, like Captain Scarlet. Let's have a call in Bingley. Christian.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, it's the first time I ever called you, so I locked my head off. I dropped the phone up 3 times because it was just so ridiculous.
Sorry about that. Sorry about the ridiculousness. I apologise.
I am very
No, it's not your
sorry
fault.
that I
It's just
screwed up.
Your callers are ridiculously funny. Yeah, funny. I want to apologise, actually.
Go on.
I voted Brexit.
Right. How's that going? How's it going for you?
Well, there's no food on the shelves.
Yeah.
There's no people driving the lorries.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to believe them, and that's the difference. I didn't believe them, but I wanted to believe them.
Yeah.
And I got conned, as we all did.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Well, there it is. You heard it from the horse's mouth. Conned, you say?
Yeah, but there's a difference, Nick, that by believing and wanting to believe, and there's a difference there, isn't there, really?
Well, I think you've made the first steps. You've admitted that you've been conned, which is a big
I
step.
also voted for Boris Johnson as well.
Right. Oh my God! It's like we've got a full house here.
So you're like a priest, and I'm like one of the disciples.
Right. Well, I forgive you, my son. Just don't do it again. That's all.
Yeah, am I allowed to call back? And just say
in a couple of years. Yeah, once you've made your.
But just tell James O'Brien not to just like say "I told you so" all the time, like you do. Just come into the point.
Yeah. Okay. I'll pass it on. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Christian. I mean, I don't like saying "I told you so," but I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Edward texts, Nick, I tuned in rather late. I hear mention of chips. Which kind? Those deep fried in fat, or is it the type of chips one might purchase at the end? And I should have rehearsed this entire show. Can I go back to the beginning? Edward texts, Nick, I tuned in rather late. I hear mention of chips. Which kind? Those deep fried in fat, or is it the type of chips one might purchase and end up losing a hiss for in a casino? Oh, right. HYSSE. What's that? Is that an actual word or is that a typo? I'll look it up. One moment, please. Hiss. Alternative form of his. So that's definitely a typo. End up losing a hiss for. What could that possibly be? We'll never find out. Does anybody care?
No.
Not really. Jill texts, my claim to fame is I did Sarah Brightman's hair for a mag just after she left Hot Gossip. Remember them? I certainly do, Jill. Hot Gossip. They used to be the dancers on a Kenny Everett show.
Disgusting.
Weren't they? Yeah. I found myself dancing next to a Hot Gossip person. In a disco. Decades ago. And they were dancing, like a trained professional. And I was dancing like I was being electrocuted, which they found amusing. So I moved away, laughing at me. Let's have Carnforth. Hey up, Annie.
Hey up, Nick. Just wanted to say something, although I absolutely hate saying anything like remotely positive about this government.
Oh, my God.
Or anything it does. But the new bill about the animal thing, I know obviously it is illegal to steal pets at the moment, but in sort of reality, nobody ever gets really heavy sentences or anything for it, because pets at the moment are seen as property. It's like stealing a bicycle or your lawnmower or something like that. So I think that's what's going to change with this bill. I think that's what they're not going to be seen as property.
Stealing a pet is a criminal offence under the Theft Act of 1968, with offenders facing a maximum penalty of 7 years in prison. It's not going to be as much as that, is it? It's 5 years. So
I know, but I don't think in actual what happens, I don't think people do they?
Yeah,
because they're seen as property.
Yes, that's like saying that the government is going to make it illegal to steal cars, because nobody gets done for stealing a car, because the police close the case as soon as you call them about it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it is just another ruse to just make us think they're actually doing something.
Exactly. It's a distraction technique. It's like the chain gang thing and the all of that nonsense.
The one thing that really did annoy me, and I don't know whether this has ever been put right, but, You know when Boris Johnson shut down Parliament for his own convenience and lied to the Queen about it? Mm-hmm. Well, there were some important bills that were meant to go through that week. One of them was the domestic violence bill, which has gone through. The other one was a really important bill about animal cruelty, because up till then, and unless they've checked, they have put the bill through again, which I don't think they have. Somebody can correct me if I'm not right about this, but you could only get 6 months for animal cruelty, whereas the RSPCA were fuming because they were trying to change it so that you could get 5 years for animal cruelty.
Right.
So I don't know if this has ever been done since then, but that was one of the bills that just got chucked in the bin basically because of Boris Johnson and his messing about.
Right. Well, I don't know about any of that, but the overriding issue is that we don't have enough police because the Tories cut them. We don't have enough police stations for the police to operate out of. We don't have enough backstage police staff, like civilian staff, that make everything work because the Tories cut them. We don't have enough magistrates' courts because the Tories cut them. We haven't got the prison space, even if we did. So all of that needs to be fixed, but they can't do it because they want to spend the money on other things, like their friends, for instance.
Yeah.
And so they won't fix that. So what they do instead of fixing it is to come out with, we're going to have chain gangs now. And their fans will do a little giddy dance and think, yeah, that'll stick it to them. But it won't happen. We'll have this conversation in 5 years' time and nothing will have happened.
No, well, we haven't got enough of anything, have we, since they've come in? They've just cut absolutely everything.
Annie, if we hadn't suffered under the last 10 years of a Jeremy Corbyn premiership...
I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
And now Keir Starmer is telling us all that we ought to be thinking how wonderful Blair was. And I'm thinking, for God's sake, just don't mention him. He's, pretty unpopular still, isn't he?
Well, he has a certain toxicity about him.
Yeah.
But he was the most successful Labour leader in history.
Yes, he was at the time, but he's not exactly popular now. And I'm just thinking, why doesn't Keir Starmer just come out with his own stuff?
Right. Keir Starmer could just repeat what Tony Blair had said and pretend that it was his own ideas, and people would probably think, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. In much the same way as every time I mentioned policies that Jeremy Corbyn was for to people who called up, they'd say, oh, yeah, I agree with that. And then I'd tell them it was Jeremy Corbyn, and they'd say, oh, my God, that's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, Keir Starmer could take some of Jeremy Corbyn's policies because they were popular and just say, this is what I stand for.
Right.
But nobody seems to know what on earth he stands for, including me, and I'm only a party member. So, yeah.
Well,
I'm still waiting.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you find out, let me know. All right.
I will.
Thanks a lot, Annie. 0345 6060 973. Chris texts, I saw The Who in early 1970s, and yes, Keith Moon is a legend. But in my memory, the best rock drummer of the generation was Cozy Powell. You remember Dance with the Devil? I most certainly do. Yeah, very good. But even so, I think the rock drumming is not that hard. I mean, if you're a good drummer, rock drumming is not that hard. Like that. Jazz drumming, on the other hand, is... whatever you want to do, it's a completely different beast entirely. On that subject, have I done the break? I think I must have done. Either I'm very, very late or very early. Declan emails, I'm sorry, but Roger Taylor is the best drummer in the world. What tosh? It's like comparing Joe Walsh with Dave Grohl. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by that? I guess you'll... Dave Grohl, by the way, is an excellent drummer. Dave Grohl should be the drummer in that band, in the Foo Fighters. His drumming on Queens of the Stone Age, their album, whatever it was called, I think it's Red. It's got a red cover. Queen of the Stone Age album. His drumming on that is phenomenal. It's the best thing on that album, and it's a really good album. Yeah, he is great. I guess your listener hasn't heard of Stuart Copeland. And Stuart Copeland wasn't actually a really good drummer. He did the drumming on the soundtrack to Francis Ford Coppola's Rumblefish. All the way through that film, it's Stuart Copeland just sort of drumming away, and it's very, very effective. It's really good. Stuart Copeland also did one of my favourite singles of the punk era. I've still got it to this day. Green vinyl. He released it anonymously. It was called "Don't Care," and it was released as being by. Oh, I've forgotten. Damn it! It's like Superman or no, Clark Kent. There it is, Clark Kent. Oh, damn it! That's the wrong thing entirely. Why did that happen? Anyway, we have a computer malfunction.
Affirmative.
Clark Kent, "Don't Care." It was like a 2-minute 30 pop song that I don't think I've ever heard it played on the radio, ever, anywhere. Which is not fair, because it's a great pop song. It really is. Look it up and thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Tina texts, "Hi, Nick, just a gentle reminder regarding the chips." I've done it, Tina. More drumming people. John texts, "Best jazz drummers, Buddy Rich and Dennis Chambers. Best rock drummers, John Bonham," well, loudest, and Stuart Copeland of the Police. Richard texts, "I agree. I have Keith Moon's drumsticks." What? "I was able to retrieve them at the end of the Dunstable concert in 1973 after the band, as was their habit, destroyed the set and the Marshall speakers." Great band. Yeah. Well, that was in the days where you could destroy your equipment and then throw it into the crowd without fear of getting sued into a black hole in space. They don't do that sort of thing anymore. I'm sure they take a cymbal and just, like a frisbee, just fling it into the crowd. And, of course, if it took somebody's head off, well, that was just part of the fun. You knew what you were letting yourself in for when you bought a ticket to The Who. JV texts, "Nick, you lost me when you told me that you don't understand people who don't like jazz." Well, I don't understand people who do, says JV. Open your mind, JV, to all possibilities. All sorts of music is excellent. Even that. Don't say that you don't like an entire... here's that word that I can't stand, but I can't think of another way of putting it. Don't say that you can't stand an entire genre of music. Because that, JV, makes you sound stupid. I'm just saying. Lucy says, "Hi, Nick. When he got stuck halfway on that zip wire, it was funny. I bet that was a setup. No one else got stuck." Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. He went to the opening of a police memorial and made it all about him by doing some comedy routine with an umbrella, for crying out loud. Susan texts, "I'm in rainy North Lancashire, near rainy Glasgow. This is a chip reminder." I've done it already. And Andy says, "Hi, Nick. I once met the great actor Phil Daniels at a charity cricket match. I asked him how he was, and he replied that he was a bit upset because Roger Daltrey was thinking of making a Keith Moon biopic and hadn't asked him to play the role of Keith. When I tried to change the subject, he looked me straight in the eye and said, 'I am Keith Moon.'" Well, see, I don't know whether that's true or not, but it's an amusing tale. Oi, Phil, you should cut down on your pork life, mate. Get some exercise.
Rock and roll!
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Woolwich. Hello, Richard.
Oh, Nick, hello.
Richard.
Hello. Nick, I don't want to whinge, whine and moan on your programme.
Oh, my God. Here we go.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
But I was pinged yesterday, and because of that, I can't go on holiday. And it really infuriates me.
Where were you going to go?
Camping. No, nothing special. I go to staycation.
Yeah, but where though?
In Kent, a nice little campsite.
Right.
On the sort of cliff faces of around sort of Deal area.
Richard, you do understand that you're, with the weather like it is, you'll get washed off that cliff face into the sea.
Yeah, you're right. So maybe Bodger is doing me a favour.
Yeah.
Because my point is that I'm really annoyed, and I don't understand why the media is not making more of the fact that this man has been pinged and he's off on vacation. And I don't think that's leadership. I'm annoyed by it.
Right.
And why I can't hear the annoyance. Is it just me?
I think it's people are just becoming weary of being. It's the exact same thing as Trump. I keep bringing Trump's name up because this regime is guided by the principle: what would Donald Trump do? Anything they do, just you don't need to have advance notice of it. You can, whatever the subject is, just think, what would Donald Trump do? And that's what they do. People are, and it's this barrage that comes at you of their misdemeanors, and after a while you just think, oh God, I just can't be bothered anymore. I give in. I'm just going to let it wash all over me. I give in. Just do what you want, and that's where we are right now.
Yeah, but I agree. It grinds me down. But this particular episode has caused me great angst. I mean, I am really annoyed by it.
You sound intense.
Yes, intense. Oh, very good.
Yes.
In absent tense. Yeah, very good.
But we have to stop saying, isn't it outrageous that there's one rule for them and one rule for us? As though this is a surprise. We're past being surprised. It's accepted now. And it's not one rule for them and one rule for us. It's all of the rules for us and none of the rules for them.
Right, yeah. But I mean, what's the solution to this, Nick? How? Because I keep hitting my head against a wall with this government, and I just don't know any way out of it. Because I listen. You are, for me, your show is like a breath of fresh air, because you go down the sort of the local supermarket and you get loads of people supporting this government left, right, and centre. And I just don't understand why. I don't get it. I don't understand where they're coming from, other than the B word. I just don't understand why they continue to support this regime.
Yeah, that's the reason, the B word. People are still voting for Brexit because they haven't felt the benefits yet. All of those promised benefits, they perhaps went against their instincts and voted for the bloke who promised them a shiny future on sunny uplands. And they don't see it yet, so they have two options. Either they can admit that they've been duped, or dig their heels in ever harder and insist that it's just coming. It'll be here shortly. You just have to keep the faith with the dear leader, and your nirvana will be delivered anon. And that's where we are. They're continuing to vote for Brexit.
It's good that you mentioned sunny uplands and my washout tenting experience.
There are no sunny uplands in Kent. Not this year. Book in next year and cross your fingers.
Okay, we'll do.
Thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. I was going to talk about Meghan Markle. I'm not sure I've got the time now because I have detailed files. The stuff I do for this show, and I never get around to. I know it sounds as though it's all nothing, but look at this. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to look. See, look at all of that. How many pieces of paper would you say that was?
Too many. Too many is the right answer. There's about 40 pages of top class material, and I just throw it away because all of these people, they keep calling me. How do they get my number? And emails. Did you know that Gavin Williamson was a fireplace salesperson prior to going into politics? Yes, I did. I did know that. How do these people get into positions of power? I don't know. Let's ask Gavin Williamson. He can't fathom it either. Lauren emails, an animal from the Muppets is the greatest drummer. Phil Collins is also a pretty good drummer. Yeah, Phil Collins is a pretty good drummer. But I do believe if I had to choose, it would be somebody from the jazz fraternity. The jazz fraternity. Groovy. Yeah.
Yowza.
One of them. One of them groovy jazz drummers. Let's have... we went the longest. Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. You challenged people to defend Johnson, and so I'll have a go. I think you're being unfair to him because you say that when he went to uni, he studied a course that had no possible use with his work, and he did this to demonstrate how rich he was, that he didn't need to do something like that. And this course essentially involved studying fairy tales. But then you go on to say that often during the course of his jobs, he's been telling fairy tales. So his course was not quite as useless as you might imagine.
Right. Good point.
Yeah. And then, I mean, Brexit has, on the point of Northern Ireland, failed. And Johnson's admitted this, and he's negotiating a new deal with the EU, a new...
they're not going to give him a new deal. He hasn't honoured the last deal yet.
Well, he wants another deal.
Of course he does.
But
what he wants is to be able to do whatever he wants. That's what he wants.
Yes, but you're restricting him in that. You see, the polling evidence shows that most people want another vote on EU membership.
Oh, my God.
And there's a mandate from the last election to have won this Parliament. And if people decided they wanted to join, that would solve the Northern Ireland issue completely.
No more referendums. None at all.
Well, there is a mandate for one this Parliament.
I don't care.
All right. Well, the other point, of course, is that the last referendum, it's been dealt with now. We've left because that's what was voted for.
Mm.
So it's history, and it should have no more effect on what we do next.
Are you kidding me? It's going to affect us from now until the end of time. I know what you're trying to say, but it's a no from me, and furthermore...
No.
No, we're stuck with it now. We're just going to have to suffer a reduced future, a poorer future, because that's what people voted for, apparently. Mark, I'm going to have to go. I cannot have that conversation again. I just can't. Kath texts, in Canada, they like chips with gravy and grated cheese on. They call it poutines. Well, I'd call it something else, Kath. So I'd call it something unbroadcastable. That sounds awful. Gravy with cheese on. Well, it depends what you mean by gravy. Because it might not mean... Because when the mafia says gravy, they mean tomato sauce.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's the wrong absolutely.
Absolutely.
There it is. That's the mafia. George W. Bush was never in the mafia.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know that's true. That they mean gravy, that it's like tomato sauce. So tomato sauce with cheese on it, of course, with chips and tomato sauce and cheese on, there you got a pizza. Pizza. So it depends on what kind of gravy it is, Kath. Get back to me about that gravy issue. Promise me you'll do that. On the subject of drummers, which seems to have got people, all het up, Paul tweets, have you never heard Moby Dick by Led Zeppelin? Of course I have. I've got the permanent hearing loss to prove it. Jeremy emails, Joe Morello did a great but short drum solo in Dave Brubeck's Take 5. I tell you, I saw a thing about drummers, like a documentary series about drummers, and one thing that surprised me was people were saying how great the guy in Toto is. Because
he does something that's really complicated. I mean, I don't know drumming. I don't know anything about music at all. But apparently the song Rosanna, that is extremely hard to play on the drums because he does something weird that's sort of counterintuitive and just you find it hard to do. So, see, I wouldn't have thought that if I hadn't heard them, like drumming experts, say that, it wouldn't have been something that occurred to me that, the guy from Toto, he's great. Because, Toto, they have a couple of good songs, but what else do you know about them? Not much. Adult-oriented rock. A bit bland, pleasant, but not, nothing exceptional. But apparently he was, or is. I don't know whether he's still with us. And Rosanna is extremely hard to play on the drums, apparently. But what do I know? 0345 6060 973. Fulham. Hello, Wendy.
Hello.
Wendy.
Yes, I was just going to say, the guitarist in Slade, I did his hair. Do you know the one with very straight hair, Nick?
Yes, I do. Yeah, sort of lank, straight hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Noddy, because he's got sort of curly hair.
No, well, he's got very thick hair, hasn't he? Yeah. No, it was the other. I don't know, guitar or bass or what. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I know the one you mean. It kind of looks like a wig, doesn't it? He had the worst haircut.
Gosh!
It was sort of cut really high up on his forehead, and then really, really long. It's like the worst haircut of anybody I've ever
thanks
seen.
Very much.
That was you, was it? Dreadful.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Anyway.
Well, you must have been under instructions.
From him, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not your fault.
Well, okay. And the other thing was.
And another thing.
Yeah, I just want. Yeah, I thought, my plugs are getting a bit grubby looking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's way too much personal information.
Oh no. My bath and my kitchen sink, Nick.
Right,
and,
yes.
What did you think I meant?
No, let's not go into that. Well, you want to give him a clean, Wendy. What are you bothering me about that for?
No, well, because I went out to buy new plugs.
Yes.
And now I'm a bit sort of baffled, really. Because,
how to install them?
Well, they're not the right size.
Oh, well, you should have bought. You should have bought the right
Brexit?
size.
Yeah, but
Is it Brexit?
Yeah.
Yes, it actually is Brexit. Yes. Thanks a lot, Boris Johnson. You've ruined this woman's plugs. Thanks a lot, Wendy. He used to have the worst haircut. Look it up on the World Wide Wait, I double dare you. Nobody in the history of rock, and there's been some pretty dreadful haircuts, no one had a worse haircut than that bloke. The guitarist out of Slade. It's hard to describe. It's really, really long, apart from it changed a bit, down the years. But it's long at the back and the sides, but the front is cut almost like a monk cut. It's just terrible. Really bad. I mean, off the scale, awful. But great band, though. Hey. Let's have... they're almost never out of the charts in my memory as being a kid. With their misspelt titles. It was one song would come barreling into the charts, go straight up to number one, and disappear as another one was coming in on the next tide. Cornwall. Hello, Brian.
Oh, Noddy Holder's haircut looked a bit weird as well.
A little bit weird, yeah.
There's an old guitarist who told me a joke about drummers. How do you know when the stage is level? Because the drummer's dribbling out of both sides of his mouth. Which is a bit unfair.
A little bit unfair, yes.
But funny. This guy went to see Cream in Nottingham way back. Anyway, Jack Bruce and Eric Clapton disappeared, leaving Ginger Baker.
Yeah.
Within about 10 minutes, it was a 28-minute drum solo.
Oh, my God. Somebody should have stopped him.
Well, apparently he went to the pub across the road, and apparently Eric Clapton and Jack Bruce had been across to the pub, leaving him to it. So,
how can anybody have allowed him to do that? I mean, it was just. I mean, I know he was, a famously unpleasant, gruff bloke, but really somebody should have had a word in his ear.
Yeah,
I mean, you'd think that if Eric Clapton would say, turn it up, mate,
shut up,
pack it in, then he might have taken his advice.
I'm sorry you missed it, but maybe try again.
Okay.
Good night.
Thanks a lot, Brian. 0345 6060 973. Ben emails, you're right, I've just watched a Ginger Baker drum solo and I wanted to pull my teeth out. Yeah, I've seen a Ginger Baker drum solo. Not in real life, but on video. And, God, only he enjoyed it. There's a man whose opinion of himself was unmatched by anybody else's opinion of him. He just thought that he was the best drummer in the world. And I just didn't get that at all. At all. Phil tweets, the I paper is speculating about Fishy Sunak being replaced by Liz Truss. This is not a drill. Yeah, right. Izzy tweets, wouldn't it be cheaper for the Home Office to employ Ace Ventura regarding the theft of pets? Listeners with material. Ugh. Cardiff. Hello, Peter.
Oh, hi, Nick. Yeah, talking about drummers, I think Nick Mason of Pink Floyd is probably one of the best drummers.
Really?
Intro, to me, the intro to Time is a bit jazzy, but I was just
he was very. His style is unique. There's no other drummer that I know of that has his style. No. And it does sort of completely fit the later music that Floyd were making, like after sort of metal, when they became who they eventually were. Because there's just so many gaps, there's so many spaces in their music. It's the same as Dave Gilmour's guitar. It's not all like frenetic note playing. He'll play some sort of icy note, and then they'll just leave gaps. And Nick Mason's drumming was about the gaps. It was about the bits in between the notes and the drum strikes.
Yeah, I think that intro to Time is a bit jazzy. It's quite difficult piece of drumming. It's magic, but
Time.
I was going to say some of the callers prove my point. I think there's something in the water with us. Here in the UK, we seem to tolerate being led by an absolute idiot. And I was watching a program on the Republican Party in the US and Trump, and indeed, do you know that the Republican Party and indeed the Republican vote are begging Trump? They're all supporting him for the next presidential campaign.
Yeah, I think half of them are begging him to do it, and the other half are thinking, oh my God, it's going to be what the Americans call a dumpster fire, because he's completely lost his mind. And all of this, the election was stolen from me, and all of that whining.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
I mean, it turns on almost half the population, but it really turns off the other half.
But France is ablaze with riots because they have to have passports, medical passports.
Right.
Indonesia, the same, and we just tolerate. Well, we just sit back and allow this cabal to lead us into the abyss. It's something in the water.
Yeah, he's leading us into an abyss, which sounds like a staycation to me. Peter, I've got to go, but thanks for that. So the vote is in, Bodger. You fail this test. What do you think about that?
I can't comment on that.